So it's slide across my hood and what do I see? Sure as hell the peeping Tom is looking at me. So simply, accidentally, carelessly drop my dressing gown for him to see. So peeping Tom keep on looking at me. Peeping Tom, tell me, what do you see? What do you see? What do you see? What do you see? What do you see?
And we had to have music. I mean, you wouldn't want things to get dreary, would you? So just to keep everybody awake, sort of, I asked a couple of the boys in the band to drop over too.
There's a peeping Tom sat outside my window. He's been there for days. And now it's only gotten on to Sunday, and I think it's time to play. 'Cause there is nothing more that I like than to receive. Open up your eyes real wide, 'cause peeping Tom, I got a big surprise. So I slide across my hood and what do I see? Sure as hell the peeping Tom is looking at me. So I simply, accidentally, carelessly drop my dressing gown for him to see. So peeping Tom, keep on looking at me. Peeping Tom, tell me, what do you see? What do you see? What do you see? What do you see? What do you see?
Anything can happen.
Walking through the club like with up, I'm such a big shot. I'm so pumped about flag from the good shop. Ice on the French, it's so damn frosty that people like damn, that's cool, that's honky. Walking through the club like with up, I'm such a big shot. I'm so pumped about flag from the good shop. Ice on the French, it's so damn frosty that people like damn, that's cool, that's honky. Walking through the club like with up, I'm such a big shot. I'm so pumped about flag from the good shop. Ice on the French, it's so damn frosty that people like damn, that's cool, that's honky. I'm such a big shot. Walking through the club like with up, I'm such a big shot. Walking through the club like with up, I'm such a big shot. Walking through the club like with up, I'm such a big shot. Bag it. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. Looking for a come up. This is freaking awesome. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. Looking for a come up. This is freaking awesome. Pop some, pop some, pop some, pop some, popping it, 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 walking about to go and get some compliments, popping it, walking about to go and get some compliments, popping it, walking about to go and get compliments, compliments. Bag it. I'm gonna put $20, sis. 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 I'm gonna put $20. Baby like, oh, that Gucci, that's hella tight. I be like, yo, the $50, that ain't right. Limited edition, let's do some addition. That shirt's hella dope. And having the same when it's 6 other people in the club is a hella dope. People can come take a look through my telescope, trying to get them girl with that brand menu hella won't. it, watching about to go and get some compliments, palping it, watching about to go and get some compliments, palping it, watching about to go and get compliments, palpiments, bag it, palping it, watching about to go and get some compliments, palping it, watching about to go and get some compliments, palping it, watching about to go and get compliments, palpiments, bag it, gonna put $40, sis, 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 gonna put $40.
Alright chat, I can see you've already started the discourse in chat, so I might as well get going, get started, and we'll see what we can make sense out of today, eh?
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! And what is wrong with you? Great.
Brilliant beginning of the stream. I'll fix that for the next time. So I wanted to see if the soundboard works, if I remember how to set it up properly. So there are two things on the soundboard. One of them's for 100 biddies, the other one's for 150. If you do not abuse this and it works just as well as I had intended for it to work, then obviously I will add more things to the soundboard because we do have quite a backlog of really funny short videos, and I feel like the biddy soundboard is the perfect place for them. Okay, we have things to talk about today, eh? On the more casual side of things, we've got a video about woke activists in gaming, which I think Stepan himself requested for me to watch, and it is a relatively short video if I remember correctly. It is not a relatively short video, it is 43 minutes long. I was for some reason under the impression that it's 13 minutes long. It is not, but we will get to it. We've got a video from Gary's Economics about how to take over your country on YouTube, which in my case is going to be Poland. Oh, okay. I can see you started redeeming things as well, eh? Although to be fair, I don't like how high up we are on this. I don't think I'm allowed to be that high up. Hold on. Jesus, fucking boobies out immediately, eh? There you go. I'm going to hide the underboob so Twitch doesn't bonk me. A lot of this is, I've set up a whole bunch of things, right? And obviously, I could have run some tests before going live to see if they work, but it is not in my style to do so. Usually we hit the go live button and we kind of see what happens and we go from there. At the very least though, this works in terms of it actually changing my model as the command is supposed to do. Now, if the model bender command works properly, this is going to continue 5 minutes and then we're going to be back to the old Chris. Hey, thank you for the hydration, Redeem. Although, I've just realized, when this model is up, all the other redeems are not going to work. But hey, baby steps, right? One thing at a time and we're eventually going to get there. So Gary's Economics is going to tell me how to take over Poland, because that is the desired goal at the end. Now, I'm super fucking curious about this video, because I have a very love and hate relationship with Gary Economics. On one hand, I agree instinctively as a lefty with most of the things that he brings up and the way he talks about them. There is clearly a level of passion that personally tickles my funny bone because of how it's mixed with the fact that he seems to be pretty doomer about a lot of things. But also, he never gives any concretes about anything, ever. I have 2 ideas on how to tax the rich that I think might work here in Poland, and that already puts me 2 ideas on how to tax the rich ahead of a dude who has 1.5 million subscribers, is incredibly influential, and a multi-millionaire. Which is weird. You'd think, but we're gonna see where that takes us. And obviously, we've got, fuck, I didn't pull anything up about this, but I do have quite a few tweets, I just need to find them. I don't know if you guys remember SINDER, if you know who SINDER is. SINDER is a VTuber who got soft cancelled a while ago because her manager slash boyfriend was trying to get the person who made her model to basically cancel sort of her relationship with a different streamer. It was like, a lot of us was just like fucking middle school drama type of shit, which is frankly the case with a lot of streamers, because a lot of people who do this full time have literally no life experiences and are quite bored in the day-to-day being quite wealthy people, so what they end up doing is inventing drama when there's no need for any. In either case, we went over this, we spoke about it a little bit, and what ended up happening is SINDER released a tweet a night ago or 2 nights ago, I'm not entirely sure, 15 hours ago, it says. And this is the tweet before we move on to HASAN. The tweet is SINDER saying the burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. They lied to you. Here's 1,000 pages of proof. She released a Google Docie. That's 1,000 pages. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Don't really care to read it. I will in the end anyway, because you sort of have to if you do as I do, which is, you know, attack people for not reading the Google Docs that they're talking about. But holy fuck, this is not even a Google Docie anymore. We were joking about this in Discord earlier. This is, bro, 1,000 pages. You might as well make it into a book at this point. Fucking turn it into a bestseller. Make a fucking cinema screen acting out of it. How can you reasonably expect anyone to go over 1,000 pages? Do you know what this feels like? And I hate that this is the case, because usually when somebody says, hey, I've been lied about, I'm releasing a Google Doc to prove that's the case, I'm usually very willing to go over the Google Doc in order to see whether they were lied about. We did that a number of times in the past. We did that with Fruit, right? I made a whole ass fucking video going over the Fruit Doc, what was it, 60 pages-ish? And that was already too long for most people to read. I went through every single page of that fucker, and we found out that Fruit was in fact lied about, was in fact a victim of abuse, and people were in fact jumping on top because it was just a trendy thing to hate her at the time. But this is 1,000 pages. 1,000 pages. I ain't reading 1,000 pages. How can you... This feels like what... Do you watch any shitty lawyer TV shows like Suits? And in those, they do this thing sometimes. Hey, we've got a hype train going. For 100 biddies, let's go. Which this should have played a... See, if that worked properly... That should have played a... it should have played this for you. Okay, I say it should have played this. Oh, there we go. I'm going to have to be doing that a lot today, moving myself up and down, eh? Okay, so that just doesn't work. All right, that's a bit fucking bummer. It was working properly earlier. Why is it not... Hold on, I'll play it for you manually, because that is some bollocks right there. Where is it? You played 100, so that should be this one, right?
He had it coming. He had it coming. He is dead, and that is great.
Okay, hold on. Let me catch up on chat, because you guys are saying things. You guys are saying things, and I need to know what it is that you are saying. As for the model that you've just seen, it is not a new model. It is the same one that I've used ages ago. And for the longest time, I wanted to set up a Twitch redeem that lets you basically swap me between the two models, because that was also part of the rewards that we were going to do for the subathon. Let me take my hoodie off. It is way too warm in this room for a hoodie. So essentially, I've set it up. I wanted to see if it works. It does in fact work. What doesn't work is the soundboard, but knowing that it doesn't work now puts me one step closer to eventually fixing it. Ask ChatGPT to summarize it for you. Nah, you can't do it with that. With things like this, you have to go through them yourself. It's just so unreasonable to release 1,000 pages document and expect anyone to go over it. It's a fucking joke is what it is. Okay, Insomniac, hold on, I am all over the place today. Let me say hello to everyone I've already got in here. I saw Ampar, Chicken, Uwu, Jockey, Stepan, Jotun. Who else do we have? Monolith. Insomniac Yarn Lover over on YouTube. Amp over on YouTube. We've got more people. We've got D. I'm pretty sure I just saw Andreas is here as well. Plumito666. Whose name I do not recognize. Are you by chance a new chatter? Hello, 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 if that is the case. We've got Commander Rudd in YouTube chat. Hi, hi, hi. Tyson Wine staring at me because he doesn't like Booba. Fucking shame on him, frankly. Dr. the Man as well. How are you all doing? High functioning stoner. Welcome, welcome, loves. How's life? How's everything? New indeed. Okay. So yeah, this Cinder stuff, I don't really have much more to say about this today. I do remember that she said last time around that she's not going to be working with her manager / boyfriend anymore because he went behind her back, and in this Google Docie she says that she's back to working with him and she'll continue doing so. So at the very least, that's one thing already that makes me quite weary of covering this haphazardly. But we will see, because obviously I will read this bit by bit. I expect to give up. I fully expect to give up at some point, because, again, 1,000 pages. What is more interesting to talk about today is something that you might have seen, which is where this meme comes from, and it is essentially a post that found its way... Jesus, okay, I'm having an ESO moment, chat. It's rough out here in the good old Poland, alright? It's rough out here. You might have seen, probably you've seen this, right? You'd have to live under a rock to not know what I'm about to talk about. So I woke up today and I opened up Twitter as I always do, and I'm starting to scroll through, and literally every single post that I am seeing is telling me that HASAN Piker is an animal abuser. And so I'm thinking to myself, well, that's a bit out there. I don't like HASAN. I've never liked him, but, you know, to call him an animal abuser is a bit out there. I do wonder what happened. And what I found, or what I've been sent more specifically, is this short clip from Livestream Fail, which is HASAN reaching for something and seemingly shocks his dog to keep her in camera view.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America... Hey, Kaya, please just fucking go... Just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby.
Now, following this, obviously people lost their mind, right? People on the left are attacking HASAN, people on the right are attacking HASAN. Centrists, who are more often than not on the right, but they pretend not to be, are attacking HASAN. It seems like everyone on the internet is against HASAN on this. You've got people doing like weird detective work, which is what XQC's trying to do here, in order to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is in fact a shock collar.
Hold on.
And you can see it here based on the fact that there is some kind of a blinking light. Right, you can see the blinking light is there on the left one, the blinking light is not there on the right one. If you head on over to HASAN's Reddit and you see what people in HASAN's community are saying about this, they're bringing up about how the dog had its claw stuck in the side of the bed, or how it would make no sense for HASAN to like just randomly start abusing his dog. Yeah, his dog. I'm going to be honest with you though, right? I have no idea what it is that I'm looking at. Look, people are linking old clips of HASAN talking about how he owns a shock collar, with other people telling me that it's an out of context clip. And again, I'm going to be honest, it looks like animal abuse. It might not be, but I'm not Inspector Gadget. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this definitely is or isn't a shock collar. I'll tell you, I've never seen a regular collar that has a blinking light on it, but I also can't just ask my ancestors for wisdom in these trying times. From my perspective, all that HASAN has to do is hit the go live button, bring the dog over, show what collar it is that his dog is wearing up close. That's it. That is literally it. He's under fire for being an animal abuser, and he's doing everything but the one thing that he could do to end this entire drama cycle swiftly and clearly prove that that is not the case, that he is abusing his dog. Put yourself in his shoes for a sec and tell me, if you were in his position, would you not do what I just described? Would you not simply show everyone what that collar is so they can stop trying to pretend like they can do detective work in order to like prove that this is a specific model of a shock collar that I've never seen before in my life? Wouldn't that be a very easy thing to do? Because the screenshot is supposed to prove it's blinking. I think that's what he's going for, yeah, because you've on one you've got like this white light, and on the other one you don't. But also, this just looks like the dude from Among Us. I don't know what I'm looking at. Again, I do not understand. It happened in a short span of time. All I can see, I'm going to give you, like, bit by bit, like, what my first impression was, right? The thing that I found sussy. So, but I'm going to mute this because it doesn't matter. You've got the dog walking around, looking around, right? The dog looks to be getting off the bed. And he is immediately unhappy about the fact that the dog is moving. I don't know why. I've seen people in Hasan's Reddit tell me that this is because there's something wrong medically with the dog, and she was told to basically stay still for as long as possible because there's some kind of a problem, some kind of an issue. Oh, hey, sorry about that, Cheeto. Let me disappear myself for a sec. So you've got the dog, right? The dog is here on the bed. She gets up, can't blame her. I wouldn't be able to listen to Hasan for this long either. She starts getting off the bed. And Hasan starts talking to her almost immediately, right? I'll put the sound back on.
Kaya, please just...
He looks to be reaching for something, but again, I don't know what he's reaching for. It could be the mute button, could be him moving the pen on the desk, could be him, I don't know, reaching for a glass of water. I don't know what this is.
Just fucking go...
Then the dog is clearly in pain over something. People are telling me that she got her nail or something stuck in this part of the bed. I don't know that. You don't know that. None of us know that. We've just heard a dog whimper, and this is the bit that made me very fucking uneasy. I have animals. I've always had animals. In my entire life, I've had pets. I've had dogs, I've had cats. I had a ferret once. Not many other things, to be fair. Just dogs, cats, and a ferret. But I feel like if this is a dog and I've owned those dogs, I can sort of speak on the topic.
Stop.
He hears a whimper. He turns around. My initial reaction when my dog whimpers is to go over and see what the fuck is happening and if everything's okay with the dog. Because it's not normal for dogs to just whimper randomly, right? Especially if you're half a room away from the dog. He looks back. Everything seems to be okay. He's back to talking to a stream. So again, but here's the thing, because ultimately, from my perspective, right, I feel like the only thing that Hasan has to do in order to prove that this is not in fact a shock collar is show the collar on stream. And the entire drama cycle is over. Do you, like, maybe we don't understand the gravity of this. For starters, being accused of animal abuse is way the fuck worse than a lot of the things that Hasan is accused of. Secondly, it looks like almost everyone, including the people who are usually allied with Hasan, with a few examples, right? The more like neutral people, if you will, they're pretty against Hasan on this. He's being shit on left, right, and center, and he can quash all of this immediately. So why not? Why not just show the collar on stream so everyone knows it's not a shock collar and then everyone can move on with their lives? Who are the neutral people? I mean, anyone whose initial reaction to anything to do with Hasan isn't just Hasan bad, but rather trying to put like one and one together. Aren't eccentric big dogs infamous for crying for attention? I remember husky dogs cry for everything. Not like this, no. Not with the entire, like, lifting up her paw and everything. And again, I can't help but think that it's very simple to solve this. So why won't he? Like, give me... Because that's the thing. Anyone in chat, if you can steelman this, fire away. I will read your message in full, and I'll try and tackle it at its most honest. Or at my most honest. You're accused of domestic abuse because your dog wears a shock collar. Why wouldn't you just show everyone the collar to prove that it is in fact not a shock collar? Like, why is the... What's the problem with that? Chris, why don't you like Hasan? I mean, it's going to be a whole host of things, really. There are things that make me dislike him more and things that make me dislike him less. Just be weary in general. Weary? I don't know. I'm trying to use language that I don't really know. I should probably stop doing that. But off the top of my head, you've got things like him just at every step of his life trying to avoid responsibility even when he genuinely has fucked up. You've got the constant lies that he does in order to pander for his audience. You've got the fact that he hides his power level and explicitly admits, well, not explicitly, implicitly admits to being closer to a tanky than anything else, but then he will pretend to be a socialist when he's live on Twitch in order to try and again hide his power level. You've got things like his continuous misreporting of like pressing news and events that are happening in real time, especially anything to do with Ukraine. You've got the fact that he genuinely, fucking genuinely is racist towards Polish people for no reason whatsoever that comes to mind. You've got the... just all of those, I feel like, in and of themselves are already enough to make me dislike him. But other than that, it's the fact that people on the left will forever infight because of people like HASAN, because he hates you if you're not a fucking tanky adjacent just as much as Republicans hate you. But yeah, essentially all of those things I feel like. Yeah. And if any of those you have specific questions for, feel free to ask for details. I'm a lefty and I do not hate tankies. In my opinion, HASAN is smooth as fuck and most of the things he speaks is gibberish. To be fair, I'm a lefty and I do hate tankies. I feel like tankies are like an objectively hateable group, you know what I mean? Out of all of the leftists, I feel like the ones who are explicitly anti-democratic you immediately can shit on. Because that's what you would with any rightoid who's explicitly anti-democratic, right? Then you're not a lefty. I mean, chicken, you can say that, but unfortunately, your streamer of choice is a little bit of a piece of shit. I think the best sort of parallel here, chicken, that I can think of is that you act more or less the same as DGG does whenever anyone starts criticizing Destiny. That's the impression that I get in here. Which is fair enough, you can do that, but it makes you no different to DGG, to Destiny fans, right? It makes you no different to people who rabidly defend, what's his face? Ethan Klein, when he does stupid shit. Kinda unrelated, but in case you missed my previous question, I'll ask again. To put it simply, can you show me the full female Chris model from top to bottom? Maybe on Discord I could, Rud. On Twitch, I'm actually not sure if I'm able to without getting bonked. Of course, it's different. Sex Pestany is a disgusting piece of shit, so why would anybody defend him? For the same reasons that you're defending HASAN. A sort of fanboy or fangirl status, which makes it so that your initial reaction to somebody criticizing your streamer of choice is not to inquire for details, but rather to pretend like that criticism has no bite, and to immediately try and imply that that person somehow doesn't have the politics that they believe that they have, because they said something mean about your favorite content creator. It's a fucking brain disease that you've got when that is your initial reaction. Like, just even, I can give you an example of that. Just earlier, you said you can't be racist towards Polish people. And I understand why you would say that. I understand where you're coming from, because what you want to say is that Polish isn't a race. Polish is a nationality. I have a video on this topic. Yeah, oh no, it's not even that. Oh, fuck me sideways. I thought you were going to come at this from a little bit of a... Oh no, I've done a bad. I need to stop being so charitable with people. I genuinely thought you were going to talk about how you can't be racist towards Polish people because of like, it's not a... it's not a race, it's a nationality. And then I was going to bring up Slavic people, and then I was going to tell you that Slavic people doesn't really mean what you think it means, because you have like a very American-centric perspective, and you're trying to pair a whole bunch of nationalities who are very different together in one category. And then we talk about how ethnicity is included in racism and all of that shit. But like, not even that, because you just immediately fired at me with, you can't be racist towards them because they're white. In that case, chicken, it's been a fucking while. I'm sorry, I'm bullying you a little bit, but it's all in good taste, right? It comes from a place of love with me always. You can't be racist towards white people because white people hold the power in the society, right? At which point, during my flight to China, do I start being allowed to shout Chinese slurs? Because at some point in that flight, okay, I'm going to move over into an entire ecosystem where Chinese people are the ones who hold the ultimate power and not white people anymore. So at some point during that flight, from when I fly out from Poland to before I hit China, there is a point, there is a moment where it becomes acceptable to start yelling slurs at Chinese people. Racial slurs, that is. What is that point? Where is at which stage of that do I get to do that? Noble Silver Wolf Enjoyer. Oh, that is you get immediate props for being a Silver Wolf Enjoyer just right off the bat. Let's try this. This 150 bits. Yeah, that one's fucked as well, but this is the 150 bits one. This is by the way perfect. This is both the soundboard for 150 bits that I will fix. It doesn't work today, just keep that in mind. And also real-time chicken-oo jokey reaction. And also I said that and I was supposed to hit the play button, but I hold on. There we go.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry, I fucking Dog Viper, bro. Dog Viper. I love that clip so much. Do you know what's the worst part? I don't know if you know anything about that specific fucking drama cycle of Dark Viper. You might not. Dark Viper is genuinely correct in that specific drama. It's the first time in a while where I've seen him be as correct as he is, but he still fucks all of it up by just being this, like, out of control lunatic. Hey, Gaster. How you doing? I mean, chicken, come on. I'm trying to be kind. I'm trying to have like a obviously I'm having fun at your expense. It does come with the territory here, but I am trying to tackle your arguments. So you're trying to say you can be racist towards white people? Yeah. Yeah. Fucking believe it or not. Actually possible. Why can you not be racist towards white people? I'm kind of curious about that one. Because I remember, so we've gone over this ages ago on stream. I don't even fucking remember that discourse properly. But back during, I was going to say back during the racist days of America, but to be fair, that doesn't really mean anything anymore with the orange buffoon in charge. Ages ago, back like segregation kind of times, didn't you guys literally have fucking like posters saying no blacks, no dogs, no Irish? Are Irish people not white? Is that one not racism for some reason? Oh, I feel you, Gaster. I hope you come back to health quite quickly. Dog tent. Hey, how you doing? Who said it's okay? I'm not asking you if you think it's okay. I'm asking you, if I ask that, then obviously the key question here is if that's not racist. Because if you can be racist to Irish people, then why can you not be racist to Polish people? What do you subscribe to the thought that we're not even human, so you can't be racist towards us? I know that's not what you're saying. Again, I'm having fun at your expense, but I am genuinely curious because it's been a while. It's been a genuine while since I've had somebody in chat who I can legitimately talk to in real time telling me that you can't be racist to white people. Hey, Stepan, we're just we're having a good time. The term white devil is literal, Chris. True. I think chicken is arguing with Stoner. Anything in my chat is about me. Thinking you can't be racist towards white people in and of itself, using a racist USA imperialist white framework of race. True. Actually true, though. I already answered, because imperialism still exists post-colonialism and neo-colonialism. Bro, I just want to know why it's not racist to call a white guy a cracker. Like, let's bring it back from talking about neo-colonialism and walk me through why you're allowed to look at a white person and call them a slur based on race, but you're not allowed to look at a black person and call them a slur based on race. And also, at which point during that flight to China does it then become acceptable? Because white people have the powerful position in society, not in China they don't. In China, it's the Chinese people who have powerful positions in the country. Can you not be racist? So you can't be racist towards Chinese people in China. That is what you're saying, right? I was shitposting with that hypothetical, but that is... Yes, in China too. Okay, so white people just hold power everywhere. Bro, it's the permanent struggle. White people hold power everywhere, but white people don't consider me a white person because I'm Polish. But also HASAN, who kind of isn't white. Wait. But HASAN... I'm... We're too powerful, Chris. You gotta accept that. True. Bro, true. I don't know. I reckon it's just unfortunate. Bro, if you call people slurs based on race or ethnicity, you're just racist. Doesn't matter if you're calling that, like, black person, those slurs, or Asian, or an Asian person, or a white person. If you have a slur that is based on an immutable characteristic of race that is also derogatory, and you're using it in a derogatory fashion, and that is just racism. Bro, hard right-wing narratives. Bro, saying that you can be racist to white people is a hard right-wing narrative. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? Out of curiosity, Chicken, I have one question. One genuine question. A while ago, HASAN Piker said that it would be no different under Kamala Harris when it comes to the, I believe, attacks on trans people in America, and when it comes to anything that is happening in Palestine. Do you agree with that, just out of curiosity? Okay, yeah. You are fucking insane, my guy. I admire the passion, but there is a world of joy available for you out there. There are people that you can talk to, smells that you can enjoy, grass that you can touch, and I couldn't recommend all of those things enough. And I'ma just remind all of us, we got here by talking about HASAN potentially abusing his dog. And I feel like was incredibly charitable in my interpretation. And incredibly charitable in everything that I've outlined. And reasonable in asking for him to just show us the fucking collar. And now we're talking about... No, chat, don't mind Chicken Uwu, okay? We trained him wrong on purpose. I'm sorry, do you go by he, him, Chicken? Because I keep saying you, him. I want to make my... If I'm insulting, I want to make it specific to you. Do you go by he, him? Do you go by something else? Because I don't want to do, like... I don't want to do needless, ableist shit. I just want to make sure that I've got your pronouns right. So if you can tell me whether you go by he, him, or she, her, or they, them, or something else, then by all means fire away in chat. Any pronouns are fine. There you go. But you are retarded, mate. Genuinely. Fuck me. But props to you. Props to you for standing up for what you believe and arguing with me in chat. It's, you are genuinely misguided, but props to you. Okay, I feel like when it comes to HASAN, we've mostly exhausted the topic to the extent that I want to talk about it on stream. We might cover it in a video depending on what sort of happens over the next couple of days. I know I'm super behind on my YouTube schedule, but I've also been super fucking busy with work. This time genuinely busy, not like procrastinating busy, but like actually busy. Why is Chicken's message pinned on stream? Oh, because I was having my fun earlier, okay? I was having my fun. There's the lib. I will have you know, I am a proud social democrat and an honorary lesbian. So, be specific, okay? You're a prime example of scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. Oh no, I'm not even a liberal anymore. Now I'm a straight up fascist. Bro. Hold on, I've got something. Look at this, chat. Look at all of these. Look at all of these fascists here. End racism. We are equal. Stop racism. Fucking fascists. Fucking fascists. Get him out of my screen. Rude people. Rude. But also actually wild. And not just wild, chicken uwu. Yeah, I was just going to point out. You are a 2-month subscriber. You've given this fascist €5. The next kebab I have is on you, my friend. I'm gonna... You called me a fascist. You attacked me for my beliefs. You believe I'm not enough of a lefty because I believe I can be racist to white people. But your subscriber count suggests to me that I got €5 off of you or somebody gifting you subs. So my next kebab is going to be twice as good because I'm going to enjoy capitalism and I'm going to enjoy the fact that you funded it. No, it's not. What's not, Chido? I think I said, right? I think I said either you paid for that sub or somebody gifted you the sub. In either case, that's €5 in my pocket, and that is I actually don't think that's even a kebab here in Poland anymore. Prices have gotten fucking ridiculous. Maybe like a small kebab. In either case, I will eat it with joy. Libs are not communists. I don't know who that is in response to, out of curiosity, though, because I'm not a communist. No, I'm a social democrat. I think communism sucks as far as the mode of economics goes, but I'm quite fine with communists in general. Not tankies, to be clear. Just, I mean, like communists that I can talk to and have my disagreement with, and then we both go to the voting booth and we expand on that disagreement through choosing candidates that we both believe in, right? In that sense, super duper fine with communists. I don't have to agree. If we ever reach a point in the society that 50% wants to try communism, then I'm gonna fall in line because that's just how fucking democracy works. It means that my side of the fence failed, right? That's all that is. But tankies are proper fucking scum, like bottom of the barrel type of scum. Literally no different from the MAGA lunatics who are now fucking things up that they're in charge. I imagine minorities would be just in the exact same situation that they are right now with the MAGAs in charge as they would be if an actual tanky got in the office. Big sad. Bro, you are so brainwashed. The irony on that one is I'm just gonna let the chat enjoy the irony on that statement. Average Chris Truth Nuke, true. Alright, chat. Alright. Do we want to, since we're talking about communism, I feel like this is the most apt video that we can watch, right? GAyMiNg telling me how I can take over Poland. You got spoon-fed with Red Scare propaganda and you actually think you're a lefty now. If I got spoon-fed Red Scare propaganda, wouldn't I sooner identify myself as a right-winger? Because not for nothing, but most of the Red Scare people don't identify themselves as lefties, do they? It's not how any of that works. You'd... Chud hates this guy. It's the populist guy. Yes, it is. Very much so. But I want to know. I want to see what he tells me.
Okay.
No, you are a right-winger, but the Overton window is shifted so far in your head that you think you're a lefty. Oh no, I'm a right-winger, chat. You've heard it here first. I'm a right-winger. Do you know what the best part about this is? This perfectly encapsulates how fucking off the meds are some people on the far left. Which, again, if not for the fact that we're talking about someone like that who actually is in my chat in real time, I wouldn't bother, because there's fucking bigger fish to fry with the MAGA government. But you haven't even heard any of my actual right-wing positions. You know what I mean? Like, you have no idea about the actual beliefs that I hold that you could describe as right-wing, and I'd forgive you for your ignorance, because you have like a very limited understanding of left-wing, but you haven't even heard any of those. The reason why I'm a fascist right-winger is because I think HASAN is a piece of shit. And I think you can, in fact, be racist to white people. We haven't even spoken about border control. We haven't spoken about any of my takes regarding immigration. We haven't spoken about my takes regarding trans people, healthcare, fucking benefits in society, right? Like paid benefits. I forgot the word for it. Social safety nets. That's what I'm looking for. We haven't spoken about any of that, but you gotta remember, if you say HASAN bad, then you, very fashy, fucking reeks of fascism. But, to be fair, when HASAN gets told by a trans viewer that he maybe shouldn't be debating people on trans topics when he's not very well read in trans topics, and he goes on a massive fucking tirade about he hopes that every next day of that person's life is as miserable as the last one, and they can go and fuck themselves because no community wants them and no community will ever accept them, then it's just a slip off. It do be like that. It's just one of those, you know, we all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo. I'm sorry, I'm having like a genuinely good time. I do need to hide my model though, there you go. Because I have a feeling that you're going to be redeeming this a lot. Hold on, maybe I don't have to hide it. Maybe I can just do this. And now, I should be... if I move myself up here now, I should be fine with both models. I think, maybe, hopefully. How can I be a fascist when I'm literally like... Look at me. Look at me. Literally transed in real time, okay? And somehow I'm the fascist one in here. Do you know what they want to do to people like me? I'm sorry, I know we should move on, but I haven't had an exchange that I've genuinely enjoyed like this in a while. This is... I promise we'll move on to... thank you for the 100 biddies. I promise we'll move on to like an actual topic in just a sec, but I'm having a genuinely good time. And if this bores some of you, I can only apologize. I'm sure one of my moderators is going to hit me up and say like, bro, maybe we should move on because you've been on this for 7 hours. But for now, I'm having a genuinely good time. I think you're a right-winger because your takeaway is HASAN is a piece of shit instead of 100% of pet owners everywhere are all pieces of shit. I don't know. I've lived with pets my entire life, so maybe my point of view on that is scuffed, but I've lived with animals my entire life, right? Dogs, cats, ferrets. There was a little bit when I was at uni when we had a lot of squirrels running around. They kind of felt like part of the family. My older brother, right? I was surrounded by animals my entire life. And to be fair, I've had a very good time with it. What is happening? Hey, Michael, we're just having a good time. But also, yes, thank you, Chido. I like that I've got people in here I can count on to trying to maybe control the dog pile a little bit. Keep spreading the Red Scare bullshit. I said I'm fine with communists. I'm fine with communist candidates. If you think it's Red Scare... If you think it's Red Scare for me to be hostile towards tankies, then fucking call me Stalin, okay, and diddle my biscuit, because I'm about to show you red like you've never seen in your life. You're a right-winger because you support capitalism. Oh, no. I guess... This turned into a proper fascist stream real quick, in real time. Fucking 20 fascists in chat. Anyone who's a proud fascist type 1 in chat. Let's see how many of us we've got now. Speed up your cannon behind. Yeah. Did you ever think about considering the material conditions? That comes from a person who doesn't consider material conditions when determining where somebody's political perspective might come from when they are, for instance, a citizen of a country that was ruled by people who labeled themselves as communist, and despite that is still quite okay with communists because that person understands that had... Oh, Jesus, fuck, okay. Maybe I need to zoom out a little bit. There we go. Look, if I have to move my VTuber every 5 minutes today, then so be it. So be it. Chris is hiding under the table now. Look, that's what happens when you're a fascist. They shun you, put you under a table. Of course, I consider material conditions. That's why I said you're brainwashed. Bro, you're a Marxist-Leninist. In a random Polish dude's chat, talking about why HASAN can't be racist towards white people because white people control the government. And the same white people who control the government used to consider my people subhuman. Literally so, by the way. When I say subhuman, I don't just mean it as a cheeky insult. I mean that you can refer to shit like old fucking Nazi manuals where... what is the Untermensch in German? Where fucking Hitlerites are literally referring to my people as lesser men. Like, it's so bizarre. It has to be a troll. No, that's the thing. That is a legitimate... I mean, it's an insane person, right? And again, I will say this. I don't have to say this, but I will say this. We're having fun at the cost of chicken ooh jockey. But I will say, don't let this person cloud what you see any random run-of-the-mill communist as, should you bump into any on the internet. Now, depending on where on the internet, you might want to be a little bit careful, but generally speaking, look, fucking life out there is rough, shit's expensive, the government wants to fuck you in the ass. They are seemingly trying to do their hardest to make sure that you do not live the kind of life that you deserve, because they can have more if they take the bare minimum that you need away from you. If you happen to be a person who understands all of these things and you fall to communism because it makes more sense for you to redistribute the wealth, then you shouldn't be looked at like you're a fucking freak because someone like Chicken Ooh Jockey happens to be a freak. So just keep that at the back of your head. Okay, I want to learn about I want to know how to take over Poland on YouTube.
Welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today,
Welcome.
We're going to teach you how to take over your country on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay, so I have been back in the country
What does it mean
for
then,
just
chicken?
over a month now, and I've been trying to take in the changes in the political landscape. We find ourselves in quite an interesting situation here in this country, across the world, especially us as a YouTube channel, which is we are increasingly looking like we are basically going to win the public debate on the need for some form of wealth taxation, on the need for stopping increases in inequality, on the need for preventing wealth being sucked out of society by the very rich. But increasingly, it looks like we are basically going to win the public and we are going to be blocked by various institutional powers, most obviously the political parties. Here in this country, it's super interesting because we have in power the centre-left political party, which is kind of the party which in theory is supposed to be the party which allows these kind of things to happen, allows inequality to stop increasing. We're probably going to get blocked by them. And it puts us in this interesting situation where we have obviously taken a huge amount of power politically here on this YouTube channel, but it might end up not being enough. And it leads us into this situation where we basically need to ask ourselves, can we take more power? And that is why we are going to discuss today how to take over your country on YouTube. And I want this to function really as a how-to. What I want to do today is really slow it down.
Yes.
So I think it's going to be a bit of a longer video.
Yes,
and I want to
tell
really
me.
explain how do you do this? Because I think...
Yeah, see, Chicken, the fact that you put forceful in there. See, you've put an effort post, I appreciate that. It's a post so big it literally cut off your name off the top, which in fairness might be a welcome thing, because if I put that sentence out there in the world, I wouldn't want it credited back to me. So communism is classless, stateless society brought about by a forceful revolution and then dictatorship of the proletariat until all class antagonism is crushed. Then socialism is reached and we start educating the masses for communism and the state starts withering away. Yeah, that just makes you a tanky. The part that you've put the forceful revolution in there is pathetic. It's pathetic for multiple reasons, and it's... Just to run this through quickly, because I'm curious what Gary has to say. It's pathetic. There are two big reasons why it's pathetic. So obviously you've got the absolute lack of pragmatism, right? It's just the idea that you're just going to quash all of this down and you're going to come out victorious. It's a fucking pipe dream. And if you're into lucid dreaming, knock yourself out. But I try and root myself in a little bit more realism. But that notwithstanding, the second part about this, the actual pathetic part, is that everything you're doing, Chicken Uwu, is the fucking firebombing the Walmart meme, right? The leftist says that your ideology pales in comparison to my idea of firebombing the Walmart, and then that lefty doesn't firebomb a Walmart. Brother, you are in a chat of a 20-viewer Andy from Poland. What are you doing to bring about this revolution of yours? Are you like... This is pathetic. You're not going to go out there. You're not going to do shit. You're just going to endlessly, in perpetuity, advocate for it, whilst the more charismatic of you who are advocating for it are just going to get rich off of you. And then you're going to do fuck all.
If we end up in this situation where the vast majority of the public wants something done on inequality, but we are being blocked kind of by these elite classes, including the left-wing political parties, we're going to need a situation where we really build a broad, popular movement, and it will really help if that movement is international. So I want to do a how-to here, which kind of explains what we're doing and what we're going to do, but also explains how you yourself can try to take over your country using social media and using YouTube.
I want to know.
So obviously this title, How to Take Over Your Country on YouTube, is intentionally a little bit controversial, a little bit salacious. And I think when you hear it, you might think that's ridiculous. You can't take over your country on YouTube. I'm going to speed them up a little bit, just a spoonful. And to that I would answer, look at Donald Trump, look at the US, look at the US alt-right. They basically did take over their country with a largely social media-led political campaign. Donald Trump, as you'll be aware, does not have a history of being a politician. He was not historically part of the Republican Party. He was not a senator for years, like every previous president. He was basically a celebrity, and he used his celebrity power to take over the Republican Party. And especially in the most recent election, he really aggressively used social media to win the election. Here in the UK, we have Nigel Farage, who is the leader of our far-right party, and I think he will win the next election, largely because his party and his broader political movement is far more effective on social media, on YouTube. So as absurd as it sounds, I think if you step back and look at it,
I get what you're saying, Chicken, but you don't have any force, nor will you ever have any force behind you. The moment you can have any real political power, you throw your own candidates under the bus, right? Bernie, AOC, Mamdani. The moment these people try and achieve real power through any form of compromise, you'll just consider them fascist still. I mean, you can fantasize about this violent revolution of yours, but at the end of the day, you will never get there. So it's just sort of like, write a book or something, you know? Might as well.
It is obvious, and really it has been obvious for years, that traditional media is losing power, especially in the realm of politics. Social media is gaining power, and over time, social media is going to become more and more powerful and more important in the realm of traditional politics. And I think what is super interesting is that even though that move was really quite obvious 5 or maybe even 10 years ago, the traditional political players, by which I mean not just the traditional historic parties like the Conservatives and Labour here, or the Republicans and Dems in the US, not just the traditional political parties, but also the traditional power players in terms of newspapers and traditional media, simply didn't move into this social media space, which was and still is obviously going to become dominant in politics. And it created this just massive opportunity to almost just walk in and take political power, because the media format changed, it moved to this new space. We had all of these like massively powerful institutions like political parties, newspapers, TV channels that simply did not move into the new space. And the obvious example of a group that moved into this is the US alt-right, or the US alt-right.
What I'm gonna do, chat, because Gary's very slow-winded, I'm gonna play a game in the background. Because why not? But what game? We can go between Honkai Star Rail, which actually, I don't know if there's not that much for me to do in Honkai, or I feel like doing a little bit of World of Warcraft. They released this new Legion remix thingamajig, and might as well, frankly, have that in the background while I'm leveling up, right? And then we can just focus on, the video, and I can just run around doing quests in Legion, because it's gonna take me a fucking minute to hit max level anyway. Bro called bro slow. It's that he takes a lot of time to get to like the first point that he wants to race. Of course you're a WoW player. Oh no, chat. Now that's gonna be, you know, them fascists. They do be playing World of Warcraft. Fucking scum, the lot of them. Okay, let me put this fucker in windowed. Let's do this. Okay, but I feel like... Why is this not sticking to the resolution that I've changed it to? Okay, let's let Gary yap in the meantime.
Right, whatever you want to call them. They aggressively moved in to this online space. And I think you have to give credit to them. They built a relatively successful online political space. And I've been calling...
Chicken! 20 people were in here when you called me a fascist. Come on.
The model that the US alt-right used. I've been calling it the WWF model, which is WWF, WWE is the massive US wrestling corporation. I was a big fan, like most people in my country were when we were teenagers.
When you put this fucking game in
start watching WWF, or when I was a kid, you walk in and there's 30, 40, 50 wrestlers, and they all have their different faces and personalities, larger than life personalities. These guys are a group, they hate those guys, they're allied with these guys. And it creates like a very social space, basically. You pick your favorites, you pick the guys you like, they talk to each other, you and your friends know them. And I think that model is obviously a very successful model for politics, basically, because we live in a world where young people can't afford to go out very often, they're working really hard, life is difficult. So they want to consume their politics in a form that is very social. So this new kind of politics, which takes place on social media, and which the US alt-right has done very effectively, I think it just is a very powerful way to do politics. And I think that the group that does that successfully and does that well will basically win politics in the future. But the situation we have is there is really only one group in the world that has effectively done that, built this kind of full and social, like cultural space in online politics, which is the US alt-right. And because they're making their stuff in English language, that is being watched all over the world, especially by young people who are comfortable watching YouTube in English. And I think this is one of the big reasons, basically, why the far right and the alt-right have done really, really well. But you need to combine this also with the other thing, which we talk about a lot on this channel, which is living standards are falling very quickly. Yeah, this is something I talk about in every video, so anyone who's watched before will know exactly what I'm talking about. Wealth inequality is increasing very quickly. Wealth is being sucked out of governments. Wealth is being sucked out of the middle class. That is really badly affecting living standards. Western welfare states are being shut down. Ordinary people can't afford to buy homes. And that is creating this very strong sense of dissatisfaction with current politicians and with the current economic setup. So if you combine these two things, like an aggressive move towards a different kind of media that the traditional politics and traditional politicians and traditional media has not adapted to, and this aggressive and to be honest, I think justified collapse in faith in the existing economic setup, it creates this unbelievably huge opportunity to take an enormous amount of political power to basically anyone who is willing and able to fill that space. So I started to realize this in 2020, basically. And from here, I'm going to kind of explain a little bit of what we have done up till now and what my plan has been to take the amount of political power we've taken and to try and take more from now. I developed my ideas about inequality when I was a professional trader in 2011. I wasn't able to successfully quit trading until 2014. And then I spent sort of a long period of time trying to figure out, well, how do we actually do something about inequality? And I did a variety of different things. I don't come from a political background, and I didn't really know where to look. But since my work was trying to reduce inequality, I kind of looked to the political left, because I think that's the space you imagine that this work could be done. I looked in the political left. You'd be surprised that there was not actually a lot of work being done on inequality there. I went back to university, I did a 2-year master at Oxford, and eventually I decided to try and get involved in the media.
See,
And
that's the thing that always gets me with Gary, because everything that he's talking about is true, right? Even the bit where he says that not that much work is getting done. But then, and hopefully this video is going to be different, because we've learned a few things about him recently that were quite good, right? Especially given my historic criticisms. But then he will do like remarkably little aside from rhetoric to try and accomplish any of these goals that he mentions. Male blood elf, I can't believe that you're straight. Just ask your mum. Or Chicken's mum.
I started to get involved in the media in 2020, which was obviously when COVID started to happen. It's easy to forget now that during COVID itself, the general narrative in the news was that after COVID, we would have a really booming economy. People used to talk about the roaring 20s, which would be driven by pent-up demand. But I was convinced, because of really aggressive increases in wealth inequality during COVID, that we would have a phenomenally weak post-COVID economy. We would have a cost of living crisis, we would have an inflation crisis, we would have an inequality crisis, we would have an asset price crisis, all of which has happened, obviously. If you don't believe I made those predictions, you can go and watch the first video on this channel from June 2020. So I started making these like really negative predictions in 2020. And I was writing them in The Guardian. I wrote for a lot of newspapers in 2020. And a lot of my friends who are aware of what I was doing, especially my friends from poor backgrounds, spoke to me about these articles, and they were like, "Oh my God, like, do you really think that's going to happen? Like, what should we do?" And loads and loads of my friends from poor backgrounds were having these conversations with me. And what it made me realize was we were about to move into a period of really aggressive economic worsening. And this is on the back of, I think, 12 years already of economic worsening for living standards for ordinary people. I realized that my friends really didn't have anywhere to go to get good economic analysis.
The worst part about this, and I fucking hate it, I've mentioned this on my last stream, there is a really fucking cool British dude that I started watching from like from a radio news show. His name eludes me right now, but I've just subscribed to one of his channels. Well, no, a fan channel of his actually. I will throw out a proper shout out in a little bit. But he talks to like regular working class people who call into his radio show about this type of shit. And I've said this before, one of the biggest fucking challenges is that you've got people who make like $500 fucking dollars an hour convincing people who make $20 an hour, that is the folks who make $12 an hour, that are the actual problem. And it's just so fucking disheartening, because the brain rot goes so deep that you will have actual working class people advocate against their own self-interest because they've been told that there's something wrong with wanting a little bit more, something a little bit better. It's essentially, it's almost like it's tantamount. It locks you in this weird fucking state of mind, because we've watched, I don't know if you know, but there's a whole branch of these motivational YouTube videos that are very popular with men in particular, especially like younger men or people in their early 20s, men in their early 20s. And the whole point of these videos is that they're basically calling you a piece of shit over and over again, that you deserve everything bad happening to you because you're too lazy, you deserve to have no love in your life because how can somebody love a bum? And it's just a dude talking about how much of a piece of shit you are because you haven't started a fucking trucking business at the ripe age of 12, and when he was investing in the housing market, you had the audacity to be a 7-year-old learning how to write properly. And people eat that shit up because they'd sooner blame themselves for their misfortunes than actually try and look as to why the fuck do I live in a country where I pay the taxes and I try and genuinely put an effort into it, and then the incredibly rich dude has 74 different ways to avoid paying his fair share into the NHS? It's sad as shit. It's just genuinely sad.
So obviously there is economic analysis on places.
Ooh. I'll take a MAGA guy over you guys any day. Yeah, Chicken, that's kind of the problem with tankies. The problem with tankies is that at the end of the day, you will align with the fascists to teach liberals a lesson. That's the antithesis of your entire worldview is that you will ally with the enemy in order to punish us for disagreeing with you. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's the problem. Yeah, you will sooner throw Kamala under the bus because she's not ideal than vote for someone like that. And in effect, you will support someone like Donald Trump. And now every fucking death that happens as a result of that choice of yours, you'll share a degree of responsibility in. Now, obviously, you're not American, like you said, so you don't hold any responsibility for Donald Trump being elected. But you understand the point that I'm making.
like the BBC or in the Guardian and in the mainstream media and the newspapers. But
yes, Monolith, James O'Brien is exactly who I'm thinking of. If you guys have never heard of him, first of all, fucking props to you, Monolith. I liked you from day one, but I like you more and more as time goes by. Props to you for knowing who I'm talking about, even though I was vague as shit. And secondly, to everyone else, if you've never watched any James O'Brien, do yourself a favor and watch him. He is incredible.
it's rubbish, mate. First of all, the quality is genuinely bad, right? So I'm, you know, a former trader. As a former trader, I work for a very big investment bank. You get enormous amounts of economic analysis. We are obviously not watching, you know, the stuff on the news. Some guys might read the Financial Times, but the truth is that economic analysis is simply qualitatively bad. But even if you separate from the low quality, and I would add that that's largely because, like, if you're a good economist, if you're a really good economist, you're not going to be fucking writing for the Financial Times, right? You're going to be working for a bank, obviously, because you just get paid so much more. And never mind, like talking for the BBC. So the analysis itself is bad, but beyond the badness of the analysis, the packaging and the delivery is horrendous. So, like, what chance does like a regular guy have of understanding this like low quality, like really unwelcoming, really inaccessible, really difficult to understand economic analysis? And I saw that when I was writing for The Guardian and other such newspapers in 2020, when it was obvious, to me at least, that we were about to head into a massive economic crisis. And when I saw that, I saw immediately, like, you are about to enter like a historic, massive economic crisis, which is not even going to be temporary, which is going to be permanent and worsening. And like 80-90% of the country do not have a single journalist or media out.
True, absolutely fucking true. It's the same shit as when you've got people telling you that, like, oh, maybe people would be paid more if they, maybe people would be paid more if they negotiated better. Like, bruv, the vast majority of people don't negotiate their pay. Like, well, that's not really it's not really how that works.
That they trust to deliver economic analysis. Like, I saw that, and I stopped writing for newspapers immediately. And I was complaining to my mates on WhatsApp, like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Like the space for good economic analysis on YouTube is already massive, and it's going to be enormous.
Doctor.
And it's
You're
insane
talking about a whole different type of analysis.
So I was very fortunate. Like, a friend of mine in my sort of group WhatsApp from high school was like a big camera.
What you're talking about, Doctor, is we're talking about two different things. What you're talking about is assertiveness training. What you're talking about is the fact that on average, women are less assertive than men. That's why they benefit from assertiveness training with psychologists more. And then in higher positions where you do negotiate your pay, then men get paid more because they tend to negotiate better. There are other things to that as well. The negotiation is like a fucking drop in an ocean of water. There's so much more shit going on, including like people being outright hostile to women in these environments. But you're talking about assertiveness. What I'm talking about is specifically the fact that working class people don't negotiate their pay. There are a lot of people out there who wouldn't even be getting paid minimum wage from their bosses if that wasn't mandated legally.
Enthusiast, and he was like, yeah, let's just start shooting videos, basically. So we started shooting videos in 2020. And I guess now I should probably speak a little bit about how you do build up a YouTube channel. But first, I just want to make like the context extremely clear. I know I've said this already, but the gap is fucking massive. You know, I'm speaking to you here from the UK, but I don't care what country you're from. This is true in your country. The vast majority of people in your country are really worried about the economic situation, and they do not have anybody delivering to them good quality economic analysis in a way they understand. That is like the commercial gap here is enormous. Yeah. People want it in video form. They want it on social media. That is the way media is going. Nobody's delivering this. Nobody's delivering this. The gap is enormous. All right, so say you want to fill that gap. I think I'll split this bit into two parts, which is basically what I did, and then I'll try to relate that to like what you can do if you want to do it, because I think with social media and YouTube, the first thing to say is I don't consider myself a social media or YouTube expert. I consider myself to be like a really good economic expert, and I think I'm really good at economics. You know, I've got a lot of evidence to justify that, and I had to develop a style of communication. But for me, from the beginning, the big picture pitch was really clear, and it's basically what I just said to you, right? Which is good quality economic analysis, which is clearly explained, easy to understand, accessible and welcoming to ordinary people. That was always my pitch. And And I always wanted to focus it on this particular thing, which I understand, which I think is missing from the analysis, has been for a long time, still is to a degree, even though we are filling it, which is that wealth inequality and the aggressive growth in wealth inequality is really, really aggressively driving.
It is, yeah, fuck. But now we go back to the criticism that I've had for Gary in the past, right? He's done a really good job telling us what the problem is, and he's fully correct on it. Now we kind of need solutions, right? Like there are, to be fair, in this video, he can't really provide solutions because he's talking about, like, he makes it clear that this is going to be different in every country. But like he doesn't really provide solutions for Britain either. It's just one of those things that you kind of have to at some point.
Living standards. So I think what is interesting about what I did is, it is really like,
I feel like this video is talking about taking over the YouTube of your country, not taking over the government. Well, yeah, Gaster, but one step at a time. Once I've channeled the command of Polish YouTube, the parliament will bow before me. Trust me. Trust me, you will see it. You will see. You will all see.
A direct continuation of what I did when I was a trader. So if you've read my book, you know, you'll sort of know I made my money by catching this back in 2011, that growing inequality was going to drive the economy and was going to drive living standards. And I speak a lot in my book about how the way to make money as a trader, it's not about being right on the economy. It's about specifically recognizing when something is missing, when the majority opinion is wrong. Because if the majority opinion is wrong on a thing, then it means financial market prices will be wrong, which means you can make money in financial markets. So that's why I made my money as a trader. And I basically wanted to do the same thing as a YouTuber, which is just point out this one thing, which is people don't recognize that growing wealth inequality is really driving the economy. And that is going to mean that their predictions are wrong. And then that's going to give us like a really good opportunity to continually make correct predictions in advance. And if you watch the first video on this channel, which we will put in the description, you'll see it's like really predictions focused. Like I come out and I say, there's going to be cost of living crisis, there's going to be an inflation crisis, house prices will go up, stock prices will go up, gold prices will go up, inequality will go up, government debt will go up, there'll probably be austerity, and all of these predictions were predictions which were super not consensus at the time. So when I approached the YouTube, it was really an extension of what I did as a trader, which was, as a trader, I considered my job to be understanding the consensus understanding of the economy and isolating specifically what important things were missing. So the big picture mistake that economists have made for 20, 30 years now is simply not looking at the wealth distribution. Really, all you need to do is really look at the wealth distribution and you'll be like, oh my God, this is like changing like really, really, really dramatically. But at the beginning of COVID, there was this to be honest, it was really amazing what happened at the beginning of COVID. Like you had this situation now where like the UK government has given out, total UK government deficit since the beginning of COVID is £1 trillion, £20,000 per person. The US number last time I checked was $13 trillion, $13 trillion, like unbelievably huge, which is something like $50,000 per US taxpayer. So we knew these huge amounts of money were going to be given out. We should have known that that was going to massively affect the distribution, and we should have known that that was going to massively affect living standards, and nobody was talking about it. So it was just a massive opportunity to highlight something in the common understanding and the common portrayal that was massively wrong. And I knew if we could get ahead of it, we could make the videos way in advance, correctly predict everything that would happen. Like it would be like it's gold for us. Like at the time, obviously it was the first video on the channel. We didn't have any followers. I can continue pointing back continuously to that June 2020 video and say, look, we knew it in advance and nobody else knew it. So this obviously was my strategy to building a social media channel, which was to basically take the thing I'm an expert on and my pre-existing expertise, which was the economy from like a trading perspective, pointing out what's wrong, and just explain that thing again and again, like really, really clearly and really like understandably and accessibly on YouTube. And if you go and like, look through the early videos, like you'll see there's a lot of like me fucking around in my friend's back garden and us walking around the canals. And you'll see us basically like developing a style and me developing like...
Don't worry, yeah, correct. I'm paying attention to what's happening in my second chat. If usually I'd be way more strict on the no dogpiling rule, but I feel like every now and then an exception can be made. But I am reading your messages. If somebody starts wilding, then look, you can dislike chicken all you want, but if anyone starts breaking TOS, I'm gonna bonk you.
My communication style For about a year and a half, we sort of fucked around trying to figure out how to do videos. The channel started in June 2020. Jan 2022, I was away for a couple of months in Colombia, and then I came back and I decided to get really serious about it. That's when we started doing weekly videos. I really increased the amount of energy I put into the videos. We started to make, I think, really good videos beginning of 2022. My approach was always, there's no point trying to bring an audience until you've got like 20, 25 good videos, because you have one really good video, you bring an audience, there's nothing for them to watch.
Yeah, that is, to be fair, that's rough to hear, because I don't have 25 good videos. I think I like maybe 4 of my videos, maybe 5. No, actually, I think I have... Not 25. I for sure don't have 25 good videos on my channel. But I have 5 at least that I'm genuinely... I feel like I have at least 5 videos just shitting on HASAN, and I'm happy with every single one of these.
So I started in...
Maybe not 5. I can think of 2. 2 videos where I shit on HASAN that I'm very... I would stand by every word I said in those videos, sorry.
In Jan 2022, that's when we started to make really good videos. And in the middle of that year is when I got called up by a literary agent for the first time. And then we were in a situation where we were making really good videos. I felt we were ready to bring the audience, but the audience wasn't there yet. And I basically saw the book as like an opportunity to just, finally we've got the product there on YouTube. The political potential power is massive. Really, I saw the book as an opportunity to basically get a free massive PR campaign for the YouTube. And I thought that if the YouTube is ready...
See, I don't get that. I don't read books, so I don't know if like the book reading crowd that then goes onto your YouTube is big, but is that like an actual strategy that anyone else has ever tried other than Gary? Because I wonder if this is an anomaly or if this is like a genuine thing that people do. Because I would have assumed, just based off of vibes alone, right? I've got no concrete evidence for anything here. But I would have assumed that you need a big YouTube audience to write a book that's going to sell well. Not that you write a book in order to obtain a big YouTube audience. It's just rough. You might think that's an own chicken, but if you do read books and that's the type of shit it's done to you, then I would rather be me any day of the week.
And I can write like a really fucking good book. I can get a really good book deal from a big publisher. They will have to give us massive publicity campaigns. It will come out at a time when the economy is collapsing and we have the potential to build just a massive YouTube channel. And I always remember in my early pitch meetings with Penguin, because we were having these pitch meetings in 2022, and I remember saying to them like, you might be worried that we are talking now in the midst of the economic crisis. And when the book comes out in 2024, the economic crisis will have recovered. I guarantee you the economic crisis will be worse in 2024 than it is in 2022. And I think time has proved that right. So what I'm saying is that gap to explain what's happening economically and politically in a clear way is only going to grow because the economic and political crisis
is only going to worsen. I hadn't considered that.
And for me, that is the way that I approached it. That is the way that we approached it. I really aggressively used the book as a way of blowing up the channel. But I want to make it clear, you don't necessarily have to use the model that I used, and you don't have to do the kind of content that I do. I think on social media, it's very important that you kind of lean into your personality and your expertise, because if you try and, I mean, unless you are also, you know, somebody with like a really strong background in inequality economics and trading, you're not going to be able to do what I do. But that doesn't mean that replicating in your own style what I do is not possible. For a long time, I was quite worried that my social media success was very heavily based upon my unique backstory.
That's grim to hear,
which I would kind of have to carry away for a long
You're more right
time.
than you are wrong.
That was why I was really pleased when I saw Jimmy the Giant, who is another YouTuber, social media, politics, economics guy. When I saw him making videos about politics, economics earlier in the year, that's why I was so pleased to see the success of his channel. Because when I saw the success of his channel, for those of you who haven't seen Jimmy the Giant, haven't seen his interview on our channel, Jimmy the Giant, I think he's a really nice guy, hardworking guy. I would consider him a friend now. He hasn't been a trader. He hasn't been to these fancy economics universities. Regular guy, smart guy, hardworking guy, from Milton Keynes, just ordinary guy, ordinary background, willing to do the research, willing to do the understanding, really good at designing videos, making videos, had a pre-existing YouTube channel, doing things like parkour and subculture stuff. And he moved into this space, politics, economics, and his channel grew super, super quickly. And I think what that shows you is people want this. People want this. There's massive demand for doing politics, economic stuff. and you don't have to necessarily have the background that I've got. So the demand is there. It's not just me and Jimmy the Giant doing it. I think another guy who was really interesting in this country is there's an economist called Richard Murphy. He has a channel called, I think it's called Economist Richard Murphy or something like that. Anyway, you'll find it on YouTube. And yeah, he's not your classic influencer type, but he's created this channel which talks about economics, aggressively talks about economics. And you know, I don't know if he's in his 50s or his 60s, you know, grey-haired older gentleman talking in, you know, slightly posher accent about economics. And this guy's got 250,000 subs on YouTube, right? And it shouldn't work.
What's the name? I think I know who he's talking about.
He has a channel called, I think it's called Economist Richard Murphy or something like that. Anyway, you'll find it on YouTube. And yeah, he's not your classic influencer type, but he's created this channel which talks about economics, aggressively talks about economics. And you know,
oh no, that's
I don't
different.
know if he's in his 50s or his 60s.
Dude
you know,
in his 50s or 60s.
Grey-haired older gentleman talking.
There is one dude who talks about like stocks and savings and shit. He's also in his 50s-ish. I'm not entirely sure. Slightly graying hair. He talks about like very, very basic level stuff. I can't remember what his name is now. I do quite like him, although to be fair, I've never done like a deep dive into how much of his stock shit makes any level of sense because I don't do any stocks related shit at my job, so it's like very far outside of my area of expertise. Out of curiosity, Chicken, if you don't mind me asking, what do you do for a living?
In, you know, slightly posher accent about economics. And this guy's got 250,000 subs on YouTube,
I don't
right?
think I do,
it shouldn't work, but it does work because, number one, Richard Murphy works incredibly hard, does a video every single day, which hats off to Richard Murphy for doing that. But also just because the demand is there. And you know, it's not just Richard and Jimmy and me. There's a guy called Ordinary Things who does longer form documentaries about politics, economics. He's got over 1 million subs. You know, that's just here in the UK. You know, there's tons of people. Obviously in the US, you've got guys like HASAN. The demand is there. The demand.
I don't know if I'd include that one in a fucking economics discourse. That's not sure about that one, Chief. I don't think I've ever heard Hasan talk about finances. Sorry, I didn't even mean that as a dig. That's not an insult. I mean, I don't think Hasan does anything to do with the economy. He does talk about wealth, the inequality though, so I suppose maybe in that sense it counts. Goes the Hasan hate again. When has Hasan spoken to you about like, this is the kind of economic advice that I have for you? Because that's what Gary is, like Gary labels himself as an economist. For you to think that everything's a Hasan insult indicates more about what you think of that guy than what I do.
Demand is there. Traditional media has just not stepped into the space. And then you have just ordinary people like Jimmy.
No,
like, a guy called
I'm not, no. Come on, even as a... I don't want to be mean. I'm not asking if he talks about capitalism. Everyone on the internet talks about capitalism. Every political speaker talks about capitalism. That's like saying... That's like watching somebody give advice on Formula 1 and bringing up fucking Aiden Ross. And me asking like, well, when has Aiden Ross ever spoken about Formula 1? And you telling me, well, he drives a car. Like, yeah, no shit. He drives a car. Not quite what we're talking about, though, is it?
Josh runs Ordinary Things, or like me, you know, making videos in our
Sorry,
kitchens
Cassie.
and getting more views than fucking Question Time. You know, getting more views than Sky News, getting more views than BBC News, because the economy is collapsing. People want the media in a new form, and the traditional powerful media and political institutions are simply not filling the space. So the opportunity there is absolutely, absolutely massive. And I would love to see more guys making videos, running into the space, creating video content. Have to be realistic. It's hard work. If you are successful, you will lose your privacy. You won't make fuck all money early on. You can make money from it. So we have never put like in video advertisements.
With peace and love, Chicken, if you're the product of that education, then that again does not help out your argument.
You know, we're not like, I'm not trying to sell you Huel in these videos. I didn't get paid to say that. If you put adverts in the videos, you...
Actually, I have a question. A point of curiosity more so than anything else. Chicken, there is economic inequality in America, right? And it would be good if that economic inequality was, well, not quite there in the shape that it is in right now, yes? What's a prescription that you have for that? Like a political prescription? Because I'm kind of curious about something here.
You can make it work. And if you see these guys, I am independently financially secure without this, so I'm able to do it without advertisements. Stick the adverts in there, make it work, build the channel, the audience is there. If you build it, they will come into the space. And if I'm gonna say that, I should shout out like other guys who are doing it. There's a British-German influencer making good videos called Anna Boca. There's a guy here in the UK called Quaja.
Very cool that he's doing this, by the way. I will say, I've said this before, not that big of a fan of Gary. This bit right here, very cool.
Housing, he's popular on Twitter. I'm trying to convince Jordan Stevens, a member of Rizzle Kicks, to start a YouTube channel. He's quite big on Insta. Navarro Media have always supported us. No Justice is another channel who she's also on Navarro Media. But there's tons. And just join the space. Jump in if you can. Obviously, I don't need all of you to build a YouTube channel. You don't all need to go.
See, that's what I mean. That's the problem. But I don't know. So you can help me out. Is English your second language or is it your first language, chicken? Because for me, English is my second language. So at times I try and communicate with people and I use words that I think mean what I am trying to convey, but maybe they don't. What you just said, workers-owned means of production and redistribution, that's not a... I'm asking about an actual political, like, feasible idea that you have, like a bill that you would put forward, something that you could bring in front of a parliament and get a vote on, right? I'm not asking for a wet dream. That's not a... When I ask you for a prescription and you tell me redistribution of means, that's not a prescription. Taxes can be a form of redistribution of means, but that's not... Like, I'm asking... Redistribution could be a bill. Yeah, that's not... Gary does the same thing. That's what I'm asking. Again, I know I'm putting you on the spot. I do apologize, but it's just... I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example, right? I believe in the cadastral tax here in Poland, which we do not have at all. I believe even America has that tax. We do not. That is a tax that only affects pretty wealthy people, and it's a tax that would bring more money into the overall government pool of money that could then be used in ideal circumstances, not on corrupt fuckwits in the government, but rather in order to fund our public healthcare, for example, right? That is a specific bill that I have in mind that I could bring forward to my parliament. It would be voted down, and nobody in there would give a fuck, but I've got a bill in my head, right? So it's exactly what Ty's just said. Yeah, you're doing like you went to the Z of the alphabet, and I'm asking for like the B, if you would, or the A.
And create a social media channel, because we already have this one and we already have other people who are hopefully going to fill that space. If you are not going to be the guy that makes the videos, and you don't need to be the guy that makes the videos, what do you do to support? Yeah,
correct. Anyway, just tell me where you're talking
and what do I do once you have built this very successful political channel to then break through these?
Yeah, but that's the thing, chicken. It's supposed to be hard. Coming up with a prescription that you believe would address an economic inequality of the country you live in is supposed to be hard. If it was easy, somebody would have done it by now. The whole point of it is that you're supposed to exercise your fucking noggin when you're doing it. Otherwise, what's the point of your existence? Like, what is your existence? You're not out in the streets fighting. You're a student. And you're not going to be out in the streets fighting, and you shouldn't be out in the streets fighting. So as far as I'm concerned, fucking keep to your studies. But what's the point of you? Well, do we not do it because it's hard work? Or does it sound a bit rough? A bit uncomfortable because you have to think a little bit harder about a realistic prescription that people could maybe fucking agree on? Or is your political prescription, let's bring about the revolution? Because you understand that's not a prescription, right?
These barriers that are being put in the way by a lot of institutions, but most obviously by the political parties. Okay, so for me, the YouTube project was always from day one, like fundamentally a political project. And when I say that, I don't mean I'm trying to become an MP or I'm trying to become Prime Minister, because I'm definitely not. I'm really hoping I never have to do either of those things. But But I came into social media because I saw this opportunity to aggressively...
Fucking weak, Gary. Weak. Doesn't want to be the prime minister. I'm going to become the king of Poland. The first thing I'm going to do is absorb Lithuania back in. Then I'm going to be a king of like a big-ass fucking area. I'm going to put a big wall between us and Russia. I'm going to take over that bit of Russia that is right above Poland, right? Fuck them. They don't get to have that cool part because they decided to invade Ukraine. So they don't get any cool fucking sea-connected bit of land. And then I'll see where we go from there. I'll see where we go from there. But I'm gonna start the conquering process. That's anti-white racism. What does anti-white racism mean, chicken?
Aggressively take political power, basically. And the aim for me...
Will do, Stepan, will do.
...has always been very clear, which is growing wealth inequality is totally fucking up living standards. It's going to make your kids poor and your grandkids poor. And I want, at the very least, to stop that aggressive growth so that we can stop the fall in living standards. It's a simple project, and I think the simplicity is part of the power. There's a lot of potential power here in the sense that what is happening economically is going to really devastate the future economic lives of like at least 70-80% of the country. And that's true both here in the UK, and it's true wherever you're watching, wherever you're from if you're not in the UK. So in a sense, politically, it's...
I was memeing because he said it's racist to make fun of Polish people, and he's doing the same to Russians. Do you think building a wall between me and Russia is poking fun at Russian people? I want that wall there because they keep invading their neighbors. That goes a step further than poking fun at Russian people. And also, I don't want that wall there because I think they're invading because of some fucking warrior gene. I want it there because they keep invading, not due to some immutable characteristics, but because the fucking Kremlin deems it so. It's so strange. It's so... You are a goober, but I love you so much. I hope you stick around. I really like people like you. You might be a goober, but you're my goober. Eventually, you're gonna abandon HASAN and you're gonna become like the strongest fucking KrysSpeaks soldier ever. And I'm poking fun at you, but this exact type of zeal, bring it around to other people who are criticizing me, and we're gonna have... I need people in my cult. Like, at some point, I can do fine with people like Cheeto, who, you know, keep me at a certain level, but I need the blind followers too. And you could be the first one. You could be the third one, because I've already got Stepan and Monolith. You could be the fourth one, because to be fair, I've also got BB. But you can join the cult is the bottom line. And maybe I make all the money as the leader, but you're gonna have all the fun as a follower, okay? And that's where it's at.
It's illogical, right? Because we live in democracies, and yet we have these economic political systems which are going to impoverish 70 to 80, maybe more % of families. So I've always been like really strictly focused on having like a very single issue plan, which is what's going to happen is not in the interest of the vast majority of the public or even a lot of the politicians. So my focus has always been to be very single issue and strategic. And this is not as easy as it looks because we have used traditional media to grow this channel. And I've done a lot of radio, I've done a lot of TV, I've done a lot of podcasts.
I mean it lovingly.
With the book, we got like one massive hardback campaign, we got one massive paperback campaign.
Oh, that's a good question. Did he do his TV appearances before or after the book? Because I guess it would make sense then, right? Maybe that pipeline makes sense, like TV to book to YouTube. But I'm kind of wondering about... I'm just curious, really, about the, like, in which order these things were done. HASAN is not a cult. Dude. Come on. Come on. Do you believe that the DGG is a cult? Just out of curiosity. DGG as in, like, Destiny's community. Yeah, of course. Do you think that the people who are like supporting Ethan Klein, that they're a cult? I don't know. What is his community called? They literally defend the sex. But it's true, but you don't need to convince us. Nobody in here likes Destiny. No, Ethan Klein. Okay, see, curious. So there is a difference. Hasan's community is a mirror of the GG. It really is. And it's incredible how you can see the parallels as time goes by.
And these are all putting you in newspapers, putting you in traditional media. And when you appear in traditional media, at first, they will have you on as an expert on the subject that you are an expert in, which in my case is the economy and inequality. So you're appearing on shows, you're talking about the economy, you're talking about inequality, and I was very comfortable doing that because that's what I'm an expert in. The next stage in being successful in media is they will start asking you to do what I would call more generalist shows. So the most obvious example is they'll say, can you come on with Jeremy Kyle or whatever and do the news review on Sunday morning? And you go on, and the way it works is you need to go on at like 8 in the morning. So they send you at like 7 in the morning or 6:30 in the morning an email with like, we're gonna cover these 10 topics. And if you're lucky, you've negotiated that one of those topics will be your expert topic. You're like, okay, I'm gonna come on because we're gonna talk about the economy and inequality. But the other 9 topics are generally bullshit that you don't know nothing about, right? And this is the way the media works, right? You know, I'm an expert on inequality and I'm getting a list of 10 things and I have to talk about, if I'm lucky, inequality, and also fucking Prince William and fucking Smash the Boats and fucking...
I don't want to spend too much time on the Sora shit, but eventually we're going to be doing the slurs stream. When that happens, you want to be there, buddy, because trust me, those people are they're gonna get my peace of mind.
All kind of fucking Love Island last night and all this kind of bullshit, basically. So I did it once. I went on this show, and suddenly you're put in this weird situation where you're forced to talk as if you're an expert on all kinds of bullshit you're not an expert on, basically. So the media tries to push you into this generalist role. And for me, I felt that was basically, if I did that kind of show, it would discredit me as an expert on the thing I'm genuinely an expert on, which is the collapse of living standards in this country. And because the thing that I'm an expert on should be something you're interested in, and the majority of the country should be interested in, if you don't want to impoverish your grandkids and your kids, I felt that it was better to basically reject any generalist media and only accept any media that would let me talk about the economy. And there's an interesting example of this is when I went for the one and only time on Politics Live, which I think was the beginning of 2023. And I went on and they put inequality on the panel. And I got asked to talk about all kinds of shit. I got asked to talk about lab-grown meat. And whenever I got asked to talk about anything that wasn't inequality, I just aggressively refused and said, listen, I'm here to protect your kids from falling into poverty, and I'm going to talk about the inequality, I'm going to talk about taxation, and they never called me back. But it worked for us. It worked for us, and it's still working for us. And I was able to do that because I knew that I had a book deal, and I knew that I'd get a big press campaign. But also, if you look at when I went on Piers Morgan earlier this year, I had a really similar strategy, basically. Like, I know Piers Morgan is part of this like very successful, very popular alt-right US media. And I watched Piers Morgan going in, and I saw what they did, which is, we exist in a political climate which is very fractious, and there's a lot of hate. And people who consider themselves to be on the right hate who they see as being on the left, and people who consider themselves to be on the left hate people who they see as being on the right.
All people who consider themselves to be on the left hate other people who are on the left because they don't want to back a violent revolution. It do be like that sometimes too.
I personally, honestly, don't think I'm on the left or right. I just think I'm fucking right on the economy and don't want the economy to collapse. So I knew that they were going to try to sort of pigeonhole me as left wing, and my plan was...
Let's try with if you want to ask Chicken about the times he criticized Hasan, reform your question. Chicken, have you ever criticized Hasan for going too far left rather than not far enough for your taste? Just like a quick yes or no.
To just, again, refuse to talk about anything that would identify me as left-wing. So they use what is called a wedge issue. This is like another interesting concept. Like a wedge issue. A wedge issue is a politics media way that you use to discredit your opponent, which is they come in with an issue they're strong on. So for me, it's like inequality's fucked up, the billionaires pay no tax, cut tax on working people, raise tax on billionaires. It's super popular, and if you're not an idiot, you should support it. So I come in with that. These guys are basically paid stooges for billionaires half the time. And they don't, whatever they want, they don't want to talk about that because they don't want to talk about the one thing which the public love, which is going to mean taxing them and their fucking paymasters. So they try to move the subject of conversation onto a wedge issue, which is an issue which they think, your opinion.
Why would I criticize him for going too far left? Because generally speaking, if you hold positions where you never feel like you've met somebody who's further to that side than you are, then you find yourself in this very strange position where I, for example, would never trust you with anything at all on like a personal level, because you're fucking insane.
Is going to be at odds with their audience. So when I went on Piers Morgan, they asked me, what do you think of Donald Trump? And
I
they
think
want me
if
to
I
say,
remember,
fucking Donald.
if I remember if his appearance in Piers Morgan is what I'm thinking of, I really liked his appearance in Piers Morgan.
Trump is such a prick, basically because their audience is the US alt-right, which is largely Donald Trump supporters, and they want me to say that, and then they're gonna say, oh well, look, this guy, he's on the other fucking team. Hate this guy. Don't tax the rich. They're dickheads. And they asked me that about Donald Trump, and they asked me that about Elon Musk, and both times I just said, I don't fucking know. I've never met Donald Trump. I've never met Elon Musk. Do you know him? Have you met him? I think Piers Morgan has met him, apparently. But basically, I think, once you have the channel, I think the political power is just relentless focus on message. Relentless focus on message. And I think the reason that we have a lot of potential political power here is because we are talking about the issue that the vast majority of the country cares about, which is the impoverishment of their families. If you don't do something on inequality, your kids will be fucking poor, and they will live in a tiny little house, and they will struggle to pay the rent, and they will struggle to pay the bills. That will get worse and worse. Healthcare system will collapse, education system will collapse. So for me, I think the political power is like relentless focus on message. So if you are worried about the growth in inequality and you are not looking to start your own social media channel, which you absolutely 100% don't want to do, the key thing that I want you to do is to be an amplifier of this very simple message, which is if you don't deal with growing inequality of wealth, this is not about doctors and lawyers, this is about people who hoard huge amounts of assets. If you don't deal with that asset hoarding, their wealth share will grow and grow and grow. Your kids' wealth share will fall and fall and fall. Government wealth share has already collapsed. And what that means is no houses for your kids, no NHS, no healthcare system, no education system, no local services, the fucking police, everything. That's what you lose. You lose your house, you lose your ability to pay the bills. That's what it is. Simple message. I want you to
Good
really,
message as well.
for me, from the very beginning,
but you would, for me personally, you'd have to also pair it with some kind of a solution that you're proposing. Otherwise, it's such a waste of priming people and then not taking it anywhere else.
What the big thing I want to do
Fuck
is to
you,
build
doctor,
that bridge.
okay? I'm enjoying
of
myself. That's
understanding,
what matters.
Connecting. The reason your living standards are falling is because of growing wealth inequality. Their share of the pie is growing and growing and growing and growing, and your share of the pie is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. Unless you do something about their aggressive, rapid growth in wealth of the super rich, your kids will live in poverty. Simple message, simple message. So I think that simplicity of message is super powerful. I think we are winning the public here on that. We are in this situation now where we're largely being blocked by...
I think here in Poland there's a lot of free real estate as well that could maybe be good, but I don't know in practice how it would work out because I don't, like, I would have to interact with these people more and I just don't really have the means of doing that. Like, there's no overlap or anything as such. But to me, the thing that is, like, actually fucking wild is that there are actual people here in Poland who will literally make it so that their kids struggle with jobs, struggle with housing, and struggle with taxes, and they will do it for as long as there is a gay person out there who struggles more. As long as we can just get that little bit done, as long as we can just get, you know, as long as the gays can just suffer a little bit more, then they will literally subject their kids to torment in adulthood for as long as we can just fucking push the gays away. It's insanity is what it is. It's just these people are mental.
kind of elite institutions, and I'm going to speak about that next. But what I need, the only reason that we are as close as we are to getting this, and I think we're unbelievably closer than we were a couple of years ago, is because of the strength and the power of that simple message, and because of the amplification we get through ordinary people. So it's unbelievably important you keep amplifying this message amongst your friends, amongst your family. And for those of you in other countries, this channel is not as popular outside the UK. It's also popular in Australia.
Maybe it's a bit of both, you know?
Ireland and places.
So
But in other countries,
it's a bit of both.
this message and this channel is not as popular, which means there is a massive space for you to do in your country what I'm doing. I would fucking love to see somebody in the US doing what I'm doing in an American accent and winning the American people. But you know, the same thing in Germany, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, France, Japan, everywhere. I know we're getting watched all over, Scandinavia, Canada, all of your places. There's massive space to build that message. Build that message, build that message, build that message. Because the power that we have, the power that this channel has, all comes from a clear message on social media being amplified by viewers.
And they're happy about that. I had an unironic convo about an old dude at work being angry that at uni I can email my professor instead of begging him to meet up. Old people get often so fucked in the head with Asia. There are a lot of people who also romanticize the idea of struggle here in Poland more so than in many places, because we had like big struggle historically, right? Which, to be fair, a lot of countries did, but like first world sort of standards wise, a lot of these people genuinely have struggled. So now they see you not struggling as an insult, when the whole point of an adult is making it so that the people who come after have it better than you did. It's literally the fucking for those who come after. It's literally supposed to be that, but you know, people don't care. People just want you to, if they've suffered, they want you to suffer.
And listen, this is what Rupert Murdoch does. This is what the mainstream media does. The mainstream media is dying. We can occupy that space. We can be Rupert Murdoch. And if we are Rupert Murdoch, we get what we fucking want. So how do we deal with the blockers? Okay, what do I mean when I say blockers? Okay, so for a long time, I'll be honest, I didn't think.
Quick reminder, guys, if you're not following already, hit that follow button. If you're not subscribed on YouTube, subscribe to me on there as well. Join my Discord, join my Patreon, and put one in chat if you're active, or if you're a lurker, and we'll see if the concurrents go up, or if that was just a bunch of bullshit that I've read on Twitter.
I think we were gonna win.
If you care for future generations, then why don't you advocate for a socialist revolution? Because I'm not a LARPer. No, that's actually kind of false. I fucking love LARPing. I guess I just have better standards when it comes to politics. Because you're not advocating for a revolution, to be clear. You're just yapping. I know of this group who they do elves versus orcs LARPing every other weekend if possible, or at least once a month if not possible. And they have like a whole thing in their LARPing group with like pretty complicated politics. There are different branches of the orcs. There are orcs who are wanting essentially to switch sides, and then you've got the whole dichotomy of some elves not believing them because there's betrayal afoot and all of that shit. Their entire thing that they do bi-weekly with the orcs and the elves, that has more bearing on real life than your political prescriptions do. Like, just to be clear, they have everything that they talk about makes more sense when applied to real life politics than the things you brought up a second ago.
In this project, and I thought there was opportunity, which I tried to run into, and I didn't. Well, to be honest, once I started writing the book, I thought we had a good chance, but like I never thought we'd be as successful as we have been, right? In terms of winning public opinion. We have massively won public opinion now in this country. There's a lot of progress to be done in other countries, and it's absolutely important that we continue to win public opinion in this country. I didn't think we would win the comms battle because I thought we were up against the super rich. Now I think we will. And I think, to be honest, in this country, we almost have won the comms battle. You know, I spoke about it a couple of videos ago. The vast majority of the public, even conservative voters, even reform voters, support wealth taxes, support a fairer taxation system, think that the super rich should pay tax at least the same rates as the rest of us. That is one, and yet we are now here in a situation where, so I called out Labour in 2 weeks ago, and we got, I think,
what do you study,
MPs
chicken, out of curiosity?
450 MPs or something. How many? And we got 5 MPs back, right? So that tells you where we are in Labour, and it was largely MPs who are sort of a bit ostracized as being considered on the left or the far left of the party. So why are we in a situation where the public want it, and
what do you study?
A centre-left political
uni?
party called Labour, who are supposed to represent working people, are blocking it? So I think what you need to understand here is that we as inequality grows, our society bifurcates. And what I mean by that is our society kind of splits into two lanes.
Good for you.
And
I was wondering if it's something politics related or not.
As inequality grows and wealth gets concentrated at the top, what you get is these very, very rich people at the top, they're getting really, really rich. The public is getting really, really poor. They start to live very different lives, basically. And rich people will go to elite private schools and they'll go to like elite university and they'll get elite jobs. I was in Westminster this week, and like I went to Oxford for a master's degree, and it was amazing. The place is exactly like Oxford College, basically. And you see that Westminster, just like Oxford University, is just a part of this very separate elite world, basically, that doesn't really inhabit the same space that you inhabit. Most of them, especially the ones who influence the culture, are rich. They come from rich families. They've often been rich for several generations. They view themselves as the rich. And when I come out saying tax the rich, they have a very strong emotional reaction against that. And I want to be clear, it's important that I say it. We're not trying to tax people earning 100, 200 grand a year. We're trying to cut tax on working people. We're trying to raise tax on people who have 100 million, a billion in assets.
I thought at some point in the past that maybe a way around this is to be specific, that you're like trying to tax the like the upper class, and you're pro working class and pro middle class. But then people sometimes don't really know what those things mean either. I can't remember who it is that I was talking to. It might have been somebody who's in chat right now, because that was a Polish person in my audience. And they were wondering if my prescriptions for like taxing the rich would apply to their parents as well, because their parents own a business. But like the business that their parents owned are the kind, it was the kind of a business that they both go to every day. Like they actually, like they work every single day. They just have their own small company. And like, no, that's still working class. That's owning a business doesn't make you not working class anymore. That's not how any of it works. But then again, a lot of people just don't know how it works. And how could they when we get no fucking education on any of this shit whatsoever?
So most of these people are not in that bracket, but there's a kind of instinctive small c conservatism that comes from rich people from rich families, which is, listen, we're winning here. We don't want to rock the boat. It's important to recognize when you have a crisis of inequality, it damages living standards for the majority of people, but for the top 5%, for the top 1%, especially for the top 0.1%, they get richer and richer and richer and richer, and they don't want to stop it. So at the moment, we are in a kind of situation where we've won the public, and it's very important that we keep winning the public, and it's very important that that spreads to other countries. But the elite institutions, and it's not just politics, it's also the universities, which influence the way people think about economics, the media, which influences the way people think about economics, the think tanks, which try to shape policy and economics. All of these elite spaces, the central banks as well, are full of rich people that are benefiting from the situation, and they basically don't want things to change. All right, so what do? And in a sense, at this point in the video, it becomes, what do we do? Because I've kind of gone through how we got to where we are now. I'm unbelievably proud of the work that we've done, and I'm very grateful to you guys. I've said it before, this, in a sense, was a political experiment, which was, can we take political power without any billionaire funding, just some guys making videos, being clear, being honest, and amplifying that message through the public. And a really interesting thing has happened here.
Have you heard of Valor Mortis? I've seen an ad for it on Reddit, Monolith, but I haven't actually checked out what it is.
Before I made this channel, I was floating around this kind of left-wing think tank space, trying to find someone to do anything on inequality, and I couldn't find anything. And all I found was a bunch of guys. Okay, first thing I'll say is I've had a lot of support from good people in this space, but in general, that left-wing think tank space, all they are doing is lobbying politicians, lobbying politicians, lobbying politicians, lobbying politicians. And I decided to try something new, which was to speak to the public, to educate the public, and achieve power over politicians by having support from the general public. So it's, in a sense, it's kind of like a reinvention of fucking democracy on YouTube. And it's working, right? I can get meetings with these guys, and I think as we approach the election, if we can keep growing this social media platform, I think we can get into a situation where basically they have to give it to us. So there is a lot of reluctance in the Labour.
And again, fucking, I agree, but give what to you, right? Because now we're back at the lack of specifics. Like if I was in this position, I know exactly what it is that I want them to give me, but what does he want them to give you? What's the thing that they have no choice but to give? It reminds me of the, what were those people called? The They were protesting in parks. It gained a little bit of steam and then it kind of fucking went nowhere as far as I remember it. It was in America. It wasn't Wall Street. It was something Wall Street. What am I thinking of, chat? They were protesting in parks, and then it ended up getting to a point where they had so many. It's not even that they had no specifics; it's just that they had so many different demands that it just became this fucking unrealistic thing. Occupy Wall Street. Yes, thank you. That's what I'm thinking of. I remember that correctly, right? Did Occupy Wall Street end up fucking going nowhere because of like the chaos that surrounded all of their demands, or am I just making shit up? Am I thinking of something else?
Party, and you know, if you're in Germany, it'll be the same thing from your centre-left party. If you were in the US under Biden, you would have seen this. You know, yes, the centre-left parties are reluctant. They are reluctant, partly because they live in their little bubbles. They just don't like the idea of tax the rich. Their funders don't like it. A lot of their friends and their colleagues are rich. They don't like it. They don't want to give it to us. I think with enough public support, we can force it. Some people might say I'm naive on that, but the strength that we have is this analysis of the economy is correct. And if we don't get what we want, which is movement on the taxation of wealth, movement on inequality, living standards will keep falling. So these political parties will fail unless they work with us. And the public discontent will grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. And this political space, especially online, which is people hate the mainstream political parties, they want something different, will only grow, and I think there's an enormous amount of space for us to grow into. So the plan for me at the moment is, I've always said I view what we do strategically as two separate fights, which is one, the fight for winning comms, which means we need to win the public, we need public support. If we don't have public support, we don't get anything. And second is implementation, and implementation is a lot more tricky. Implementation means making sure these fucking taxes are really well designed, making sure we have enough connections within the political parties that we can.
Wait, did it really, Cheeto? Did Occupy Wall Street really give Cheeto... not Cheeto, I was going to say, did Occupy Wall Street really give Cheeto his start? Tim Pool his start? Do you know that I was thinking about Tim Pool a second ago, but I couldn't place why. And so I figured I'm just not going to bring anything up because I just don't know what the fuck the connection there is. Oh, that is grim. Yeah, no, I am now the biggest enemy of Occupy Wall Street that has ever existed. Fucking Timotheus Paul. Jesus. Such a... These people fucking... Bro, you would have told me 5 years ago that there's going to be a big drama where a whole bunch of conservative pundits are going to be found out to have been funded by Russia. Or at the very least received money from Russia. I would have been like, yeah, those people, their career is fucking over. No, apparently not. Literally no issues whatsoever. Just fucking... Just gone with the wind. White House axes, all that bollocks.
And get these policies
Wild.
through. And it means getting some support from this kind of like elite posh boys club, which is like academics and think tank, because unfortunately, I don't think we get it without them. And I've always said, I focus on the comms battle because you don't get to fight the implementation battle until you win the comms battle. Now, as we win the comms battle, I'm starting to move towards that implementation battle. And in the last few weeks,
very fucking good.
How many meetings I've had with think tanks and with politicians and with academics and with people in the media and with other influencers to try to make sure that as we come into that next election, I have everything ready to hold the politicians' feet to the fire. I'm also speaking to other political parties. Basically, this is the way that it works. If my YouTube and social media presence is big enough, as we come into that election, then I can demand and I can get meetings with those Labour MPs. It's as simple as that. And the only reason I can get those meetings is because you guys keep watching and sharing the videos. It's as simple as that. But as we get closer to actually winning the fight, I need to also make sure that we have the tax policy firmly in place, which means I need to be talking to economists behind the scenes, making sure that it's properly well designed, that we have some connections in the political parties, because if we don't have anything, I don't think we're going to get it. But basically, I'm in quite a difficult position because all my power comes from the popularity and the quality of these videos. But I do now need to start talking to lots of different groups of people, politicians in this country, politicians in other countries, influencers.
I get that, Diz, but he needs to talk in front of the scenes as well, so I know whether I can, like, happily share my support or not. Because the problem that you've got with people saying I'm doing things behind the scenes is that you've got absolutely no evidence of that, and then you end up in this weird situation where people could be lying to you, right? That's why it's always good to have something to show for it, some kind of a receipt, just, you know, something.
People
but yeah,
really
good on him for working behind the scenes.
And I need to do all of those meetings whilst also making these videos fucking good. So that's what I'm going to be doing. It would really, really help if we had more influencers in more countries doing this work. The more focus we can have on this simplicity of fucking message, the better. I spoke about message discipline before I went away. This will not work if it's just me. We had like an old politician, Neil Kinnock, come out about a month ago on the news in the UK, say we want a wealth tax. That's my tax, all right? Not just me. Great work being done by PM UK and TJ UK on these kind of things. He didn't say Gary's tax policy. This is the way that you make something common sense. It needs to be less Gary's policy and more simple understanding. If you don't deal with aggressive increases in inequality, living standards will fall. The way to deal with that is changing the tax policy, tax the rich more, tax working people less, tax wealth not work. We need more people doing the simplicity message. We need more people online. I am probably on this series gonna try to get other influencers that I want to support on, because I want to build that kind of WWF model media to compete with that US alt-right. When I say that, I want to be really, really clear. If you are out there supporting the US...
Gary, please never sext a 17-year-old that you had every reason to believe was in fact underage, and you commented on her being underage, and then you did nothing with it. Please, if you have dreams of media empire, fucking do not do the sexting. Do not do the talking to underage people. Just do not. Please, Gary. You can. I believe in you, Gary. Chat, pray for Gary.
Alt-right, or supporting any alt-right. We're not against you. We're trying to protect your living standards. Always be careful about distribution and inequality. We're going to build this space. We're going to keep making videos.
Ooh, very nice monolith.
This season, my energy is going to have to shift a little bit towards building stuff behind the scenes, which is going to mean I have less focus on the videos. You guys need to keep watching. You need to keep watching. I'm going to do my best to do both of these things at the same time. Keep watching. Watch other channels as well. Keep this simplicity of message. I think next week I'm going to do a video that basically focuses on how do you convince your friends and family that inequality is the problem, because this is a political experiment.
I'd be interested in that video.
Take over your country on social media.
I'm always interested in rhetorical advice. I don't even do anything where I could put it up to any good use. I'm not a member of any political party or anything as such, but I'm just happy to hear out some rhetorical advice. That's always good. At some point, gotta grift at least a little bit. Or maybe not even necessarily grift, but like be able to present my opinion in some more coherent capacity, maybe.
YouTube by using ordinary people as your amplifier instead of billionaires. I think we can do it, and the reason we can do it is because the competition's fucking shit. It's a bunch of posh boys who all went to the same school and they don't know what the fuck's going on, and we're better than them, aren't we? All right, so keep following, keep watching. I know it was a long one this week, but I wanted to really center what we're doing. And listen, you know, keep watching, keep buying the book. If the book turns up in the top 10, if it gets back to number 1, that's massive for us. It keeps us in the news. I've said it a lot of times before. We don't win this today, we don't win this tomorrow, but the direction of travel is we're winning. The opportunity is growing and growing. So listen, stick with us. I'm already fucking knackered. I've only been back a month. So if I look tired and the videos are maybe not as sharp as they used to be, do forgive me, but I have to fucking meet with politicians every day and it's stressing me out. Thank you very much.
Join Partia Razem. I keep thinking about it. I keep... there's a lot going on in my head that I kind of don't want to yap about too much yet, but I'm considering certain things. It's just... There are real concerns at some point, and I haven't really started biting into those properly yet. And I have people in my life who I can talk to and get genuine support from, and I kind of don't want to reach out to those people currently. And I don't even know how to start that discourse. So it's vague as shit, but I'm thinking about it, Jotun.
Much. Send this video to your friends, send your mum. Let's take over the country. My country, your country too, wherever you are. Tax wealth, not work. Fight back. Protect your living standards. Protect your kids. Thank you.
Okay, a surprisingly likable video from Gary. I will say, for all the shitting on him that I've done over the last couple of weeks, I quite enjoy this video. It gave me more to think about than I had expected from a Gary video, to be quite honest with you, which is always welcome. Bit of a bummer for the stream, because unlike the early bit where I was, for example, arguing with Chicken, now it's sort of just things in my head. What is this, Doctor? Wait, what? Fandy becomes the first streamer to give birth live on Twitch. No, fuck off. No, it's real. She's actually given birth live on Twitch. Bro, you get banned if you have underboob as a VTuber and somebody out there is giving birth on Twitch. What do you mean? What do you... Fuck off. There is no actual shot that... This has to be staged, right? There is no shot that if you redeem the fucking genderbender reward on my channel and you see the underboob on my avatar, you can get me banned, but this person has just given birth in a live stream. And also, why are you live streaming giving birth? DJ Clancy was in chat. Fuck off. Oh, there is... I hate everything about... I hate everything. I think I just do. I think there is a... Bro. I'm genuinely speechless. I don't even know what to say. It's so... We don't live in the real world, do we? All of this is a simulation. It's educational, Chris, unlike your goon bait. Look. No, don't look. I have no response. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just so flabbergasted right now. Why are you so shocked? I don't even know, because it's not like I have like a principal issue with people giving birth on Twitch, I suppose. I guess I just find it weird, like monetizing the giving birth, and also, again, it's the fact that if you show underboobs on Twitch, you will get banned. That's in the TOS. The underboob is specified in the TOS as strictly off limits. And she's given birth, and admittedly, you can't really see anything. It's not very graphic. She's in some kind of a tub, but it's just... I just don't. How about overboob? I think that's just normal. You're allowed to do those. Even dudes are allowed to do those. Right, like you put a tank top on and people can see the top of your pecs, and then you make money off of it. Side boob Almanacs I'm actually not sure about. I know underboob is not allowed. Side boob I do not know. But then again, what do I know? If you had asked me before today, hey Chris, are you allowed to give birth on Twitch as long as it's not graphic? It's just you screaming in the bathtub as you know, fucking push the baby out of yourself? I would have said, no, I don't think you are. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Turns out you are. Turns out you are allowed to do that. So the fuck do I know, you know? You have an inner side boob on your gender bender model, so we should... I feel weird calling it a gender bender model. We should come up with a name for this version of me. Chat, I'm taking ideas. I'm taking any ideas that you have, fire them away in chat. I know I can't be fucked to do this quest, and I will consider them. I can't promise you any of them will be the one I choose, but I will consider them all. This link doesn't work anymore, by the way. Wait, which one doesn't work anymore, by the way, Stepan? They might have just banned that shit. Yeah, but DJ Clancy was in her chat cheering her on. So I can't imagine they would have banned it if the demand's there. That clip still works fine. Oh, we've got Cheeto coming at you with the disrespect, Stepan. What's gonna be your response? What are you gonna tell to him? Because he just fucking mugged you, bro. Literally looked you in the eyes and said, "I am better than you." You gotta push back, Stepan. You can't let that disrespect fly. You gotta say something. You gotta do something. Come on, bro. Krystyna feels like a really good name. Make sure it has the second Y so it's Polish. You know what? I don't hate that idea at all, Gaster. To była Baśka miała fajny biust, nie? Chciałem powiedzieć, Kryśka miała fajny biust, ale to chyba nie jest z tej piosenki. Mi się coś w głowie pozmieniało. I don't know. It's been a while since I've listened to that song. I think it's Baśka though, right? Baśka miała fajny biust? I will never get used to Polish. You don't worry. I will never get used to Polish, me either. So I was just asking, there is a song in Polish which goes, I think Baśka miała fajny biust, which means Baśka had a nice rack. And I was just thinking if the name was Baśka or if that was somebody else. There was a quest there. It's cursed? Why is it cursed? Grzegorz Brzęczyszczykiewicz. What's wrong with me saying that? Oh, okay, that's why there was a quest here. Ah, there you go, I'm an axe. Classy. It doesn't sound right, man. What do you mean it doesn't sound right? Maybe it's my English that doesn't sound right and you're just used to it. Get to the next content already, shaking my head. Do you know what? Doctor? Now I'm gonna wait a minute longer than I was intending to, and you would like this next video as well, because this next video is about wokeism in games. And now, because you're a crying little bitch, you're gonna wait. I don't think it's the, maybe, I could be wrong, but I don't think it's the, it's not me sounding Polish that's weird to you, it's the switch between the two. Because that sounds weird to me as well, and I'm the one doing it. It's sometimes, you get used to it with time, but sometimes you will switch languages on the go, and you will pronounce Polish words with English accent, or English words with Polish accent. It's funny, it's fun, I should say, not funny, but just fun. Languages are just cool, you know? Lack of Joanna Krupa accent is throwing us off. Dude, do you know who she's dating now? You know who the next fucking law and justice politician that they put forward for the presidency is gonna be, right? Fucking, I don't even know what the fuck happened that Joanna Krupa is dating Tarczyński. Like, what happened there, you know? What is his game? Because I feel like he's got to have insane game to pull that off, right? Oh, I wouldn't be able to do that, Gaster, without writing it down. Otherwise, it will be too slow for it to be fun. Calling her Joanna instead of Joanna is also cursed. Okay, Joanna. But then, do I say Krupa? Or do I say that with an English accent? All of this is just cursed. I feel like we've entered Polish discourse now. And I don't even know how to translate this for my English-speaking audience, because all of this is just so fucking localized. Okay, this video was suggested by Stepan, and it's to do with the boycott of Ghost of Yotei. That game came out recently. From what I've heard from the people actually playing the game, it's quite aight. From what I've heard from people who aren't playing the game but have an agenda in mind, the game is absolutely dog shit, literally the worst game to have ever been released, and anyone who likes this game should kill themselves. So I'm going to try and weigh these two opinions together and see which one makes more sense to me at the end. Which game? Ghost of Yotei. It's the Ghost of Tsushima, but 300 years later, and the protagonist is a woman.
So as many of you surely already know, Ghost of Yotei studio Sucker Punch was involved in controversy a couple of weeks ago as some of their developers were seen mocking, demeaning, and celebrating the political assassination of Charlie Kirk over on Blue Sky, just as it had happened. I won't reiterate what happened, as I already talked about it on the previous video. I'll just touch up on key information that is relevant to this video, and then I'll be moving on with my point. First, no matter what spot in the wide political spectrum you may find yourself in, I think it's normal to see what happened as a terrible day in our collective history as, well, just people undergoing difficult times across many places in the, let's say, Western world. No matter what you thought of the man, what happened was regrettable and bad for every single one of us. It was an attack on free speech, a terror attack, with the goal of provoking fear, uncertainty, and further division between people.
Okay?
Not to mention the horror of the circumstances, how public it was, and how a family was robbed of a father, husband, and son.
It has
and this is
more
just
or
what
less,
the situation is when grounded in reality, of course, because sadly there's
not
also
know that,
all
Al.
manner
That's
of
cool.
disinformation out there and short snippets cut out of context to try and present him as some kind of monster. And for that, there's thankfully already big videos like this one debunking the lies with full context. He really was just a man willing to respectfully discuss ideas.
Well, he was willing to do a little bit more than that, but I know what we're in store for with this video. I understand that he's got to do his shit. Otherwise, the very respectful people who totally just want you to live a good, proper, conservative Christian life will literally try and dox his address so he gets fucking murdered at night. But yeah, we're just gonna pretend like Charlie Kirk was just a nice dude who just wanted to talk and debate. We're not at all going to talk about how, you know, he kept dodging debates with actually knowledgeable people, and how the only people he would openly talk to were college students, debates that he would then end abruptly if he was being trashed. We're not going to talk about him describing, what was it, Uganda making being gay illegal under a death penalty as a step in the right direction. We're not going to talk about any of the 100 racist things he said. We're not going to talk about how much of a fucking pussy he was at times. No, all of those things strictly off limit, because otherwise the freedom of speech gang is going to try and get you fired from your job. The moderate Charlie Kirk is who we're gonna have in mind for this. How the fuck do I'm supposed to rescue these sailors? I don't know how. Because I'm flying up to him and fuck all can be done. We have like a healing item or some shit?
Even with those who strongly disagreed with his points. After all, that's the healthy thing to do here. Disagreement should not be unnatural or violent, and his positions and demeanor never invited anything like that. Though there are people out there, even officials holding political offices, who are hell-bent in trying to make it look that way so that they can justify their own proclivity to violence. Regardless of personal opinion, one way or the other, the events mark a point of societal decay, something nobody should celebrate because it's ultimately a thing that is bad for all of us. It's stepping away from civil society and into the kind of things that we see in destabilized third world countries. So to see so many game developers doing so was insane and left me with a very bitter taste in my mouth. I won't reiterate this either, as I've spoken more about it on this other video. Links to both will be in the description and top comment. Now, I won't pretend like I didn't already have some reservations in regards to Ghost of Yotei. I did, and I talked about him in a couple of videos. But this didn't mean that I wasn't going to buy it, much the contrary actually. I like to buy games like these because I don't just enjoy talking smack without backing it up with facts. I like to see whether the game proves my concerns to be right or wrong. And if a game is good, I like to come out and say, hey guys, turns out I was wrong about this game is actually solid. And if a game is bad, then I like to spend as much time as I need to do a breakdown of exactly what makes it bad. So I was going to buy Ghost of Yotei regardless. This isn't a case of saying, oh, who cares if you're not buying it now, you were never going to buy it anyway. No, that's not at all the case. I was. But that changed when I saw what happened with those developers. Well, actually, to be specific, it changed when I...
So he didn't buy the game. It's gonna be another review of Ghost of Yotei from somebody who hasn't bought or played the game. Bro. How many of these videos am I going to be subjected to? To be fair, this is the first one I've played on stream. Look, if a developer does something you don't like and you don't buy the game as a result of that, that's perfectly fine. I do the exact same thing. I've brought up the specific example even in one of my recent videos, I think. I think I said that there is a... there are some fucking massive server lags going on. The dude who made Lords of the Fallen, right? He's like a weird fucking bigot, so I just don't buy any of his games, even though I would probably quite enjoy playing Lords of the Fallen, but I don't want to support the CEO. But, like, do you need to... Like, at some point, you gotta at least fucking pirate the game. At least pirate it and play it. I don't know if you can admit to piracy in a YouTube video, but at least play the game.
I saw what happened in the aftermath, which was nothing. I saw the screenshots of that developer, Drew, having a blast online mocking what happened in a little echo chamber post with other developers.
Okay, hold on. I wanna see exactly what the dude said. Hold on. One sec, chat. Let's try and read these exactly. I hope that the shooter's name is Mario so that Luigi knows his bro got his back. Distasteful, sure, but funny. He died doing what he loved, being a transphobic, racist bigot. I've been told that the Twitter has noticed me from across the room. Ooh, some of you all have never heard of this critically acclaimed Mario Bros. Franchise by Nintendo, and it shows. Maybe instead of emailing people's employers, you all should be emailing your reps. Do you know what? I will say, didn't realize I'm back down here again. I will maintain the exact same take that I had I can't remember who it was that died back then. But yeah, do you know what? You can joke about these things. You are more than welcome to make jokes about these things. People who are celebrating it explicitly so, openly so, leave me a little bit disgusted. I've already said that a number of times, right? That I find it very fucking weird when people do that. Very uncomfortable. If you want to joke, knock yourself out. I have the exact same opinion that Kersha claims to have, but I don't think she actually does. I know that she doesn't, actually, I should say. Which is that, you know what? You can make jokes right after a tragedy. It's perfectly fine to make jokes after a tragedy. There is nothing that is stopping you from doing that. There are going to be some people that are upset, but if you want to poke fun at something, knock yourself out. I'm sure I've done something in the past, I said something in the past that might have indicated that that might not have been my point of view all along, or whatever the fuck, but now I feel pretty comfortable in that. I felt pretty comfortable in that for a while. People genuinely celebrating it are fucking weird, but if you want to make jokes, then... I mean, if they make me laugh, then that's good, right? More joy in the world. That doesn't mean I'm laughing at Charlie Kirk having been killed. It just means I like dark humor.
From Sucker Punch and other studios as well, like Bungie, The Coalition, and some others, and there was no response up until going to bed. The next day, I got up, and there was no reaction nor response yet either. Not even a firing. That only came later this...
Not even a firing. Not even. That's an even descriptor. Not even a firing. The fuck else? What, do you want them to be chained to a tree and kicked to death? What do you mean not even a firing? What was the desired fucking result?
And it was only Drew. No word on any of the others, nor any word of a statement disavowing the shit show that was now all over social media, with the developer even going ahead and doubling down even before getting fired. Like, they didn't even realize that what they had done was wrong, and apparently nobody had told them
Most
either.
probably Stepan,
That's
yeah.
what prompted that first video, in which I vent about the fact that this industry is so up its own ass these days, constantly worrying about social impact and other external causes outside of what should actually be their main function, which is to make video games. It's incredibly hypocritical and tone-deaf to worry so much about utterly pointless things throughout the year, some of which are even detrimental to their own studios and games that they produce, and yet, when something actually bad happens, that involves them directly, when something so ugly as what happened is staring them right in the face, they say nothing and do very, very little. At the time of that video, things were still fresh. But even now that I am much more clear-headed, I still feel the same way. I am against what these studios and publishers do these days. I don't like them attaching themselves to social causes and to build identities that carry society.
Dude, these people have always attached themselves to social causes. They were simply afraid to speak up about it because they would have gotten fired for it. I don't know what these people think that fucking game developers are like, especially if the games include politics. What do you think that these people don't have? Why are there so many icons? What do they mean? All of these are... The two bars at the bottom, these are all my skills. All of these icons here are the cooldowns of those skills. And these icons up here are for flying. This wouldn't look like such a massive clusterfuck, Chido, if I actually took time to tweak it around, but I never took time to tweak it around, so it looks like an absolute clusterfuck. Like, yeah, and again, I would let people making shit talk about their beliefs in politics. That's most often why and what about... Yeah, that's the thing, Amanax. I would rather these people be explicit about it, and then I can choose to support them or not based on these things. And it is just so much clearer to me from that point onwards. I would so much rather do that than whatever the fuck we're doing currently. I think that this cancel culture was cringe when the lefties were doing it. This cancel culture is so much more cringe when the rightoids are doing it. Fucking shame on the lot of them. What are they? These are like my damaging abilities. So like this first one, for example, Chaos Strike, is just like a quick attack that I do whenever I've got Fury. Fury is my resource bar. All of these are like correspondent to a specific ability. Some of these I use in combat, some of these I do not.
And political weight. I believe it clashes with their work, and well, I mean, it just does. This is a fact.
It's a bit of a clusterfuck, Gaster, but it's... Most of these you don't even fucking use, and a lot of these you only use in specific conditions. It feels like a lot, but it really isn't. It just looks very intimidating. WoW is one of those games as well. I will say I've always maintained this, and so I understand the irony when I say this out loud, given that I'm live streaming right now. But WoW is really not fun to watch somebody else play, and pretty fun to play on your own. At least that's how it's always been for me. Watching somebody else play WoW, proper wank. But playing it yourself, that can be pretty chill. It can be quite enjoyable. That was one of them. What are the rest? Wait, Chido, do you want me to pause the video and go through all of these, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 abilities? We could do that after the video's over. Because otherwise, it's gonna... Otherwise, we're never gonna get to the end of this. But if you'd like, I can actually do that. I don't think I mind. Did I miss it earlier? No, I just never introduced you guys to most of this shit.
That they wish to embody as a socially conscious and responsible company. Sometimes in subtle ways, other times not so subtle. One way or another, this compromises their creative freedom, when all they should be doing is just making good games and building the identity of a badass studio that makes banger after banger. The only thing that they should be conscious of is who their audience is and what their audience wants, rather than what they actually do these days, which is to deny the vast majority of their audiences to appeal to investors and social justice movements instead, while placing their optics as a company ahead of the quality of their work as a studio. But, you know, if they're going to go ahead and do this shit anyway, if they're going to ignore what they should be doing to play this lame, boring, and excruciatingly expensive game of corporatization, then at the very least have the f***ing balls to condemn political violence. even if that means pissing off the extremists you spent the last decade hiring and catering to in your studios. Hell, even if it means firing them. After all, what are we doing employing people who wish to see their coworkers, friends, families, neighbors, etc. killed for just having moderate...
If he had this energy, I don't know this dude, if he has this energy for the other side, then by all means, this is a fair argument to bring up. Because this is the shit that I've said, right? Like, I don't advocate for people to get fired, but when they start encroaching on this, like, very, very edgy territory, it doesn't surprise me when they're fired. I brought up this Asian dude the other day, right? The one who got fired from his job. And people were saying that, like, well, he gets fired for his job, even though he has reasonable takes. Like, so is an average conservative supposed to be afraid for their jobs now? And the average take for that Korean dude, the Korean American, was that you should repeal the amendment that gives women the right to vote, because women perform at their best when they are subservient to a conservative husband, and we need to bring that back in order to fix the society. Like, yeah, if you have takes like that and your boss sees those takes and your company employs women, you should probably get fired. Or if I was a woman in that company and you wouldn't get fired, I'd probably start looking for a different job, because that's a bit much, innit? That's a bit much. You can make a sexist joke if you want to. Like these kinds of things. Like, if you're clearly joking, you obviously shouldn't be fired. It'd be best if you didn't do that at work or in a way that connects you to your job. But bro, at some point it's just fucking weird. Why are some of them, like the green circles shaped thing, listed twice? The one with the vertical green bars is on there 3 times. That's because my setup here is completely fucked. So these are my skill bars. I control these. This is just a thing I've turned on in the options that I can turn off because I was curious what it is, which is a bigger bar that shows my cooldowns, but I don't actually need it. I just need these 2 bars. I just had that on because I was curious what it does. I'm not optimizing anything that I'm doing currently, Cheeto, including the bar placement, because I'm in the leveling process, right? I'm doing Legion Remix. Legion was an expansion that was released in, I think, 2016, or around that time anyway. Might have been earlier than that, actually. Might have been 2014. And it's the first expansion of WoW I ever played, like, properly, like, big played, like, raided, mythic level, regularly. This was my first expansion ever, so I'm mostly doing this again because there's like a nice little bit of nostalgia here. I haven't played WoW in fucking years now, but this was the expansion for me. I'm skipping over a lot of things because I remember them, but for you guys it might just be a little bit confusing, but I'm also just keeping this in the background so I've got something to do while I'm listening to the video. This is not Classic Cheeto, no. This is an event in retail WoW called Legion Remix, and it makes you make a new character and it takes you back to Legion's storyline, but you have all of the functionality of retail WoW. So you've got the new skill trees, new abilities, everything's the same as it would be in the retail version of the game, but you do the storyline anew from level 10, and you are only in Legion, and it's designed so that in Legion itself you will be brought from level 10 to max level. But this is not Classic, no. Even the Star Wars chick tweet was better. What was the Star Wars chick tweet, Doctor?
Opposing views. But anyway, that's where we left the matter off the last time I talked about this.
To be fair, Gaster, we need to condemn Minnesota.
Days and days went by with no word from Sucker Punch. All they kept doing was spamming trailers.
What if there was... Bro, this new Silent Hill discourse I need to look into as well, because people are claiming that Silent Hill F is woke. And I wanted to play that game when I do the fucking Halloween little fucking not subathon, Halloween event, right? When we're just going to be going for as long as I can, and we're going to do spooks and shit. Like, what is going on? Why is Silent Hill woke now?
For the game while trying to pretend as if what happened didn't just happen. Potentially also paying signal boosting shill accounts on X to do the same, as it was interesting to see them post in tandem back to back. The only other thing that happened was the developer who got fired going online to triple down and say how worth it was because blah 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 fascism.
If standing up against fascism is what cost me my dream job I held for 10 years, I would do it again 100 times stronger. If I had my dream job, I'd probably be wary of what I say online, but hey, good for the dude.
Basically, more brain rot from a retard cooked by misinformation, who never bothered to check a full quote or a full video to actually realize that even if she was 100% against his views were still just moderate views that invited debate, not.
A lot of his views were not moderate, and a lot of the debates that they invited, he refused simply because he didn't want to debate people who are experts on the topic. There is a Harvard University debate, I think, that he took part in, and he gets fucking dogged in every sentence of that debate. It is truly something spectacular. We could maybe watch it at some point in the future. Bro got fucking leashed and walked around. If what HASAN did to his dog is animal abuse, then what that British debater did to Charlie Kirk goes fucking beyond that. It was... Every question that he posed, he got fucking shit on. It's truly... we should watch it at some point. It's a very, very... It's just telling is what it is. Would you like for us to watch that as well, Quill? I can schedule that at some point, yeah, because it was just a pretty good debate in general. And, funnily enough, I'm pretty sure it was to do with gay people having the right to marry. So just you know, moderate view. Bro, if you're a moderate and you believe that gay people, that gayness is a disease, then I don't know what to tell you, Chief. You might believe that you're a moderate, but you're not a moderate. You're pretty fucking extreme, and more importantly, because you can be extreme, right? Chicken is an extremist, and I still enjoyed Chicken being here. More importantly than being an extremist, you're a cunt, and you're fucking weird to be around. And you probably don't wash yourself very well. And Jordan Peterson kept repeating to wash your balls always, and you probably don't. Because, you know, extremist stuff... It's weird. The overlap between extremist and lack of hygiene is something that should be studied. Maybe it is studied. I know I'm rambling, but maybe there is like a study or something out there. We should look into that, chat. Maybe there's something. Because they do stink a lot, don't they? Like, when you meet them in real life, they fucking smell. It's weird. It's not normal.
Bullets. Fast forward just over a week and finally a statement comes to light about the situation by one of the co-founders of Sucker Punch. The context here is that this was during an interview that was conducted way earlier, shortly after firing the developer. But the interview took a few days to release, and so that is the reason for the...
Look, we're 7 minutes and 40 seconds in the video, and I appreciate this dude's political opinion. I want to know if the game is good. That's what I want to know, because that's how I determine if I play a game or not usually. And if for whatever reason I don't want to... If I dislike somebody's opinion enough that I won't buy their game, then that's that, right? That's it. Then I will probably pirate that game, to be fair. But full stop, right? This is a 44-minute video. We're only 8 minutes in. There's going to be a lot more ahead of us.
Delay. Personally, I don't buy it as an excuse at all. He could have taken that excerpt and posted it immediately or just made a statement on his own. It was that important. But the thing is that it's not really important for the studio, nor for the co-founder, and that's visible in the statement itself, which I will read now. The facts are accurate. Drew is no longer an employee here. I think we're aligned as a studio that celebrating or making light of someone's murder is a deal breaker for us. Oh, great, he thinks that it's a deal breaker for them. Isn't that good, guys?
Drew's no longer an employee here. I think we're aligned as a studio that's... Yeah, this is a fine statement. Come on. Hey, Zeltarian. We are currently watching a 44-minute video on why Ghost of Yote is bad from a guy who didn't play the game. Well, to be fair, maybe he's not talking about why the game is bad. Maybe he simply limits this 44-minute video to why he's not going to buy the game. But we'll see. Also, side note, Chido, if you'd like to learn more about Legion Remix, if you'd like for me to tell you more about this, hit me up in DMs, just so I know that this is something you're interested in, and we can absolutely think of something here. Because if this sounds interesting to you, or looks interesting to you, then good, right? That's pretty good. I'm surprised, but I'm happy about it.
He thinks, oh brother, we condemn that, kind of. In no uncertain terms.
What?
That's sort of our studio and kind of where we are. Brother, seriously.
Okay, that last part of that to be fair, that last part is a fucking shit. Okay, I changed my mind. This is a shitty response to give. Was this off the cuff? Fleming told Stephen Totilo's game file when asked. Okay, no, so he was asked. That's sort of our studio. That's kind of where we are. This is shitty. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. This is a dog shit response, bro. You're gonna have either don't fire that person and don't give this answer, or if you do have to fire them, give people something better to work with, because otherwise you're gonna have this exact type of a reaction that you're getting. That's kind of where we are.
Seriously, I don't know what's worse, this statement or no statement at all. I think silence over the matter would have been better than this, honestly. Like, oh, you think? You think this is a bad thing? You think this was bad? Like, what is this? Oh, I think that we kind of condemned that, I think.
I didn't think he's going to be doing voices.
What do you guys think over here, fellow?
This, by the way, what you've heard just now is exactly why I don't do impressions in my YouTube videos. Because if I did, I would sound exactly like this guy did. And we can all hear that.
Developers?
I can't do impressions for shit.
I know this was enough for a lot of people. It was kind of like, oh, hey, at least they addressed it, and I get that, but this is a god-awful statement with these many qualifiers for condemning the easiest goddamn thing in the world to condemn. Now, I'm not one to scrutinize over words, like I'm not one to be a Karen.
Also, to be clear, you do want to be a Karen, and this isn't the easiest thing in the world to condemn. You'd think that it is, because you are more than happy to sort of shit on your own values. I'm imagining these are his values, because I don't know this dude. He just strikes me as like the more, let's say, right-leaning, conservative-esque type of a person. But firing someone for making inappropriate jokes is not really a value that's so easy to stand by, because when they were doing that to the rightoids who were making funny jokes about black people and their inability to exist in a society due to warrior genes, and they got fired, a lot of your people were real fucking upset about that.
Basically where I'm trying to get at, so I just shrugged this off and I moved on, keeping my distaste to myself, and still feeling weird about the possibility of spending money on this game, like still feeling like, because initially I thought if they make a statement, if they fire the people celebrating this, maybe that'll make amends for it and I'll buy it. But definitely not like this, and I don't think that talking about it now and explaining why is a Karen thing at all. I think this statement confirms a lot of bad things going on in the studio that we're going to get into now.
Okay, I'm mildly interested.
When I first saw Erika Ishii casted as the protagonist, I had a thought. It was just a thought, and it was based off of pattern recognition, which, to be fair, is not always correct. I said I didn't know this for sure, and I said that I was still open to playing the game and see it speak for itself, but I was concerned that the decision to hire that woman specifically was deliberate and had ideological motivations behind it. And something I talk about in some videos of mine is how that's the biggest problem with some games today that have a lot of really bad out-of-touch writing, characters, world building and stories in them. They are crafted through an ideological lens that is planted in the game like a seed by the developers who are incapable of separating their personal views and baggage from...
And I'm on board fully, let's say. Is the game good though? Because, look, all of this yapping about the bad wokies taking over your game, like, it all bounces off of one question. That's why I used Lords of the Fallen as an example. If I told you, hey, I don't want to buy Lords of the Fallen because the guy who is the CEO of the company is kind of like a weird fucking racist, and you told me, yeah, but is the game good? And I told you, yeah, the game is good. And then you bought the game. I don't think I'd really make a big deal out of it. I'd probably not care. I would just respect your decision to buy the game. I'm personally not going to, but I understand that you might want to. And that's kind of all that this boils down to, right? Is the game good? If the game is good, then if you don't like Erika, whatever the fuck her surname is, then don't buy the game. And if I do like the game and don't care about Erika, whoever the fuck, then I'm still going to buy the game, right? It's just... But he hasn't bought the game, and now we were in a 43-minute video on why, actually. Erika Ishii is the new right-wing Brie Larson. I don't remember much about Brie Larson. I remember she had like a bad appearance in 2 interviews, I think, and from there I have no idea where anything went, because I haven't actually watched, what was her movie called? Captain Marvel? It was Captain Marvel, right? Yeah, I hadn't watched that. This is from the same person who defended Rowling. Oh, well, to be fair, that makes sense though, doesn't it, Quill? Doesn't exactly come as a surprise.
From their work, and this in turn ends up in a game with a lot of problems that often cannot be easily solved. For example, with Dragon Age Veilguard, one of the faces of this game's cringe is obviously Tash.
I'm non-binary.
Yeah, but Dragon Age Veilguard is a bad game, right? It's a mid-game. It's a fucking atrocious Dragon Age game. Legitimately one of probably the worst Dragon Age in the series. It's just not a Dragon Age game. But the writing of the game is bad. Not because Tash is non-binary, but because they cared more about Tash being non-binary than they cared about the established world of which this was supposed to be the 4th game in the franchise of. But the Dragon Age Veilguard is a genuinely shit game. I don't think the parallel here is going to work if you don't demonstrate why Ghost of Yotei is a genuinely shit game. It's so fucking bad for a Dragon Age game. Dude, I cried. Not literally, but I was really fucking... I was bothered by it. I didn't let it show because I'm a cool, stoic, masculine Giga Chad. But I was bothered by it. Literally my favorite game franchise, Dragon Age. Fucking love Dragon Age Origins. It was one of the first RPGs I've ever played. My brother downloaded a pirated version of it for me. And I fell in love with that game. When I played Dragon Age 2, even though that game wasn't like they veered away from the formula quite a lot. Still loved every second of it because it was Dragon Age, man. Then the Inquisition came out, and still, I think when Inquisition came out, I was still in school, didn't have a job or anything, and I remember being like, yo, I was talking to my brother, I was saying, if you're thinking of any gifts for me, anything like that, anything at all that you're thinking I might like, get me that Dragon Age game, okay? I need that Dragon Age game. I want to play that Dragon Age game. And he bought me that Dragon Age as well. And I was super fucking into the Inquisition. Obviously, the game had its issues, but I was really into it. I played through that fucker like 8 different times, modded the shit out of it, and modded the shit out of Origins. I think Dragon Age 2 is the only non-modded Dragon Age that... is the only Dragon Age that I've never bothered to mod. Veilguard came out, and it was not good. It was not a good Dragon Age game. It was not a very good game to begin with. It was like an aight kind of game where if there's literally nothing else to play, I will do it. But it was just not a good game. But it was not a good game because the writers in that game clearly prioritized inserting certain politics into the game more than the story of the game itself. And I don't even mind the politics that they were trying to add in. I think that in a game like Dragon Age, it can be incredibly fucking interesting to explore a non-binary character. Because historically, you explored the sexuality of your companions. There is an entire fucking line of dialogue that you can have with Iron Bull over Iron Bull being bisexual and liking to fuck both men and women, and how in his culture they don't see him as a less than as a result of that because it's seen as a different category, and his like view in the society is based on his competence in his job and not who he likes to fuck. And there is a whole bunch of that. You can't get together with Leliana in the way that you might want to, because Leliana is like a religious person who wants to be the new divine, or can be the new divine. I don't remember the exact details, but the point is that in every single one of these games you explore these characters' sexuality, their identity. All of that is super fucking relevant. Yeah, Krem as well. Yeah, again, you have an entire thing where you find out that Krem is trans, and that's why Krem had to run away from Tevinter. These games have always been about sexuality and about the identities of your companions, but these were Dragon Age games first, and then you had the companions on top. Dragon Age Veilguard is not a Dragon Age game. It's a shit-ass game where the companions are just not done very well. It's simple as that. But you cannot... You have to base your comparison on like the... You have to base your comparison on something stronger than the tweets of one of the developers. Come on. Fucking come on, Chief.
Binary.
Gives us some meat.
But even if you completely removed Tosh from the game,
all Dragon Age games are so
wouldn't
disconnected
magically be
themselves.
good because
They
there's
are, Zell, but there are certain themes in each game that are present, which are just not there in Veilguard. There's a lot of world building that they just completely shit on in the Veilguard.
so many more vestiges of this ideological rot whose sources are the very writers and directors themselves. And I go into detail in my review videos of the game, giving some examples
Hey
of this
Vivi,
kind
yes,
of thing. Like,
yes,
for
we've covered
instance,
we've covered the HASAN situation at the very start of the stream. Are you familiar with what happened, or are you asking just in general?
how there's no real assassin faction anymore because that's optically bad, so they changed what the crows really were and represented. How there's no nuance to blood magic anymore because the lead writer thought that that should be optically evil, even though all the lore before it was never like that and was instead far more interesting and up to interpretation and use. How the treasure hunters and thieves literally don't treasure hunt anymore because stealing things from other cultures is wrong. This is all in the game, by the way. I got receipts in those videos, I'm not making random shit up. Presentation was also deeply affected in this game. Soft developers, soft vision, soft presentation. It just is what it is. You compare this to Dragon Age Origins and it's night and day. So
Origins
when I sniff out
so
this kind
hard.
of thing, it makes me very worried about a game because this is straight up poison for an entire project, no matter how big it is. And it doesn't even have anything to do with whether I agree with these things or not, like, has nothing to do with my personal views on it. It has to do with the fact that these things should not be influencing a hyper-fictional video game set in another world in a dark fantasy RPG. It doesn't belong there. We just want escapism, not lecture.
No. Some parts of what you said, yes, like the treasure hunters stopped stealing because stealing from other cultures is bad. That's stupid. I think we can all objectively agree that that is a proper fucking dogshit way to write a faction in a game. Like, genuinely dogshit. That is just, you have to be brain dead for you to think that's a good idea. But some of those things that happen in Dragon Age Veilguard make sense in the Dragon Age games. It's just not all of them do, and some of them are proper fucking stupid. The name of the skill tree on the left, Cheeto, is Demon Hunter. Those are the generic talents that you've got for the Demon Hunter, and then on the right you've got your specialization, which for me is Havoc, the damage dealer.
Or cringe that waters down the stories, characters, and world building of a game. And the reason why I sniffed this out through the actress is because Erika Ishii is a very public, literally out and about, and proud radical activist. This image has been circling around lately even, with a screenshot of her just letting everyone know that she's Antifa, which is now declared a domestic terrorist organization in the USA. And this was already visible in her own...
Yeah, boy. I don't... See, this is the... Conservatives are such ginormous fucking pussies. They're such fucking cowards. There's this particular brand of them, right? The pundits, because I've spoken to some individuals about this, like right-wing individuals, and none of them give a fuck about Erika Ishii. At least the ones I've spoken to. But you're going to take a tweet from 2020 of her saying that she's anti-fascist, and you're going to... Yeah, you're going to make a soft equivocation of that now being declared a terrorist organization by Trump, which is fucking moronic, by the way, and you're going to try and imply a connection there that, like, you should be wary of what Erika Ishii does because she belongs to a terrorist organization? Like, are you fucking serious? A tweet from 5 years ago? Because Demon Hunter, Cheeto, is the name of the entire class. That's a Demon Hunter class. And Havoc is the specialization within the class. There are two specializations for a Demon Hunter, Havoc and Vengeance. Vengeance is a tank, Havoc is a damage dealer, and they are adding a third specialization in the next expansion, whose name I have now forgotten, but that's also a damage dealer. I don't remember what it's called. I'm trying to think and it's not coming back to me.
Interactions online. She's really out there. She isn't even just Antifa in the sense that some like 50-year-old Karen on Facebook would say like, anti-fascist? Yes, of course I'm anti-fascist. Like, no, this is not what this is. We're all anti-fascist in a way. It's like, hey, you see...
No. Not all of you are anti-fascist in a way. A lot of you would accept fascism if I described to you the building blocks but didn't give it a name. A lot of you are accepting it quite fucking frequently as of late. So no, the idea that all of us are anti-fascist, it's not really true anymore, is it? Because nowadays, sort of a lot of people don't mind.
This bad thing, I'm anti-bad thing. But Erika Ishii is on the actual level of what this Antifa designation is about. Radical far-left extremism that uses bullshit and hides behind a disingenuous use of language to justify extreme actions. That's why she thinks the police should be abolished, among other utterly moronic and cringy things.
Oh no, chat, so she's like a fucking run-of-the-mill lefty. Whatever shall I do now? Can I now be told if Ghost of Yote is good or bad? Because the pundits, who happen to be right-wing for reasons fully disconnected, keep telling me that it's a bad game, but the people who are playing the game are telling me that the game's actually quite alright. So, you know, how do I do the weighing here?
That she has posted over the years. My honest opinion? I think she just does it for virtue signal points online.
Yeah, of course she does. That's why. That's 3/4 of online politics, big man. That's a very distinct impression I get from your entire video, but that's neither here nor there, apparently.
Circle, it's like a label to her. We see a lot of actors doing this kind of shit, even in Hollywood. I don't think she's on the same level of the actual domestic terrorists out there causing property damage and attacking people. Like, she's just some whacked out actress on social media saying cringy things that she has posted over the years. My honest opinion? I think she just does it for virtue signal points online. It looks good for her in her circle, it's like a label to her. We see a lot of actors doing this kind of shit, even in Hollywood. I don't think she's on the same level of the actual domestic terrorists out there causing property damage and attacking people. Like, she's just some whack.
Isn't that's a pretty fucking crucial bit though, isn't it? Because the terrorist designation tends to mean something. If she's designed as a terrorist because she said she's Antifa, but you don't think that she's quite as bad as the people out there who are attacking others, shouldn't this give you a pause for a sec? Shouldn't this make you wonder, like, hey, does it make sense for me to include a tweet of hers from 5 years ago where she said I'm Antifa and she meant anti-fascist? Look at... This dude is proper thick, isn't he?
Out actress on social media saying the popular echo chamber thing. I don't think she belongs in jail or anything like that, but I do think that she supports them regardless. One way or another, it was because of these views of her that I was concerned about the game itself. I mean, at the end of the day, you have so many actors to choose from for a major game like this. So many known artists out there who are way better and more experienced at their jobs than her, and
bro, fuck off. That's what this has come to. You should have hired somebody else because they're better at the job, but they didn't. They hired Erika Ishii. Is that a surname? So did she do a decent job or did she not do a decent job? I feel like I'm just repeating myself at this point. Oh, fuck me. He's just upset that she's pretty far left. Seemingly, right? That's what he's upset by. He's upset that somebody who's pretty far left got a job. And then the person who got a job at a company that also seems to be pretty left-wing. And then they made a product, and he's bothered by it. So he's bothered by it, so he's expecting some kind of a consequence to stem from it. And because there were no consequences stemming from it, he found a random employee of that game who made a joke about Charlie Kirk dying and used that as an excuse to not have to buy the product. And so I still... 15 minutes into this video, don't know if the product itself is even good or bad, and I suspect I'm not going to find out at any point. Because he just wants her to be punished for having a political view that is not aligned with his.
And yet, they go for Dumbo over here? I mean, what are the chances? Well, whatever the chances were, I fucking nailed it, because if that statement doesn't confirm my worries, I don't know what does. Initially, I got a lot of criticism for it, as if I was just hating from the get-go for no reason, with statements like, oh, it's just an actor, it doesn't mean the studio is like this, developers make games, not actors. Well, it's not just an actor anymore now, is it? I believe Sucker Punch is going through some inner turmoil. I don't think it'll last, of course. I mean, eventually this whole Charlie Kirk thing will...
Yeah, it's not gonna last because every time there's somebody in that turmoil who you're determined to be sufficiently on the left, you're gonna try and do what is in your power to get them fired. Of course it's not going to last if people keep losing their job. The problem is that you making these people lose their job doesn't change their opinion, doesn't change their mind or their system of beliefs. It just makes them be quiet about it. Which also presents a huge fucking issue, because then what you're going to have is eventually the pendulum's going to swing the other way, and then the people who have been now afraid for a while to make any racist jokes or whatever the fuck come out of the woodwork, and the shit they say and the beliefs that they're spreading around. Like, dude, I expected there to be an uptick in homophobia when Trump won, right? I expected there to be an uptick in homophobia when Elon Musk bought Twitter. I did not expect mainstream streamers, people whose faces you know, whose names you know, people who up until a couple of years ago in some cases were even like explicitly pro-LGBT, to start talking to us all about how being gay is a disease. And there's nobody, it's not like there is a fucking great ancestral battle that they're having with all of the gays because their dad left their mum for a man. Like, none of that shit's happening. They're just homophobic, just for the love of the game. Like, Tectone has no reason to start yapping about how being gay is a disease. Nothing happened to Tectone that would spring that on. Which, again, just to be clear, I'm not saying that something could have happened that will make you believe that gay people are a disease. I'm just saying that there's nothing in here at all that I can latch onto to try and rationalize what's happening. They're just being homophobic. And it's so fucking many of them as well. It's just weird. And it proves that that sentiment didn't go away. They just hid it for the time being.
Wash over. Hell, even now with the release of the game in just a few days, I bet that things are so hectic at the studio that they aren't even thinking about anything.
Okay, I'm shitting on the dude for not telling me if the game's good. He made this video before the game was released. He made the video before the game was released. There is a segment in this, I think, where he talks about I think he talks specifically about departments being created in these companies in order to hire activists over, like, game developers. Do we know which bits that happens at? Does anyone... I'm going to skip around, because I've completely lost interest in what he's got to say here. Let me skip to this bit here.
For developing Jin's story in complicated ways through his outlaw status. So I think a key factor of why they had to leave Jin's story behind is because of how that looks in the current socio-political climate of the West, especially via the overly politicized lens that these activists in the games industry use for fucking everything. Again, I wish they didn't, but they do. That's why lists like these exist in major studios like these, so that developers watch out for sensitive areas.
Let's check out the list. Now that's curious again. That's curious. Because I'm a gamer. I don't want no fucking weirdo politics in my games. Questions to consider. Are you telling new stories or sharing new perspectives within the product experience? Do all of your characters/player depictions look the same? What steps have you taken to ensure characters are represented respectfully and authentically? How have you validated assumptions you have made about your audience to check for blind spots or unintended stereotypes? Would you feel proud to show a member of a community how their culture/character is depicted within your experience? How are the wide range of customers depicted within your products, content portfolio, and communications? What process have you used to validate how different groups of people or cultures are represented in your experience? Are you reinforcing any negative gender stereotypes? Are you unnecessarily introducing gender and gender barriers into your code or design? Are you creating playable female characters that are equal in skill and ability to their male peers? Are you creating female characters equipped with clothing and armor that fits their tasks? Do they have exaggerated body proportions? When the story allows, do you show male characters who display a full range of emotions, including joy, sadness, and vulnerability? What percentage of screen time or on-screen presence speaking lines heroes is held by different gender/racial identities? Do you have a process to review key decisions with the lens of helping customers feel seen? Dude, most of these are super fucking duper fine, and the fact that we're even thinking of these as political is moronic to me, and the few that you can have active issues with have pretty strong counter arguments for why they should be included. I think that if you put something like this in front of me, if I was a game developer and I worked at a studio that cares about these things, I would have no problems whatsoever with this. Now, I would rather, I imagine, work at a studio where maybe some of these can be skipped a little bit for the effect of the game, right? Like proportions are a good example, for example. I don't think I ever really cared about proportions as long as it's not super duper fucking ridiculous. Like, one of the animes I grew up watching is One Piece, okay? You can have fun with proportions. I don't necessarily mind chicks looking hot as fuck, even in ways that is somewhat unrealistic, because usually the dudes will also look hot as fuck in ways that is unrealistic, and it's like a cool power fantasy, right? Everyone's like this absolute fucking giga chad with massive shoulders, huge ass fucking biceps, and he's just rocking through the world, punching the shit out of everything that moves. And in contrast, if a chick out there's got fucking huge titties and I'm playing her as my character, I'm probably going to enjoy that. It is what it is. I like women. It be what it be. Big boobies are not a prerequisite, but they certainly are welcome when they happen to be on my screen. Couldn't care less. Like, is this really that big of a deal, though? Do we really fucking care about this one? You could maybe exclude if you wanted to be like really, if you have specific fucking idea in your head, the percentage of screen time. I don't know what helping customers feel seen shit is, so I'm going to just skip that aside for now. But anything that is like customer centric is usually pretty good. Like I said, the proportions I could ignore. Equal in skill and ability, that's fair game. Do male characters show full range of emotion? That one's fair game as well. What process have you used to validate how different groups of people of cultures are represented in your experience? This one, maybe you could ignore depending on the kind of product that you're making. You can take a lot of liberties with fantasy products because they don't have to be rooted in our world and our structures. But, like, is this really that big of a deal? Is this really that big of a problem? Do we really care about each of these? Okay, I'm going to skip the cinematics. I don't care, to be honest with you. I remember a lot of this. Should have probably asked if you guys want to see the cinematics first. But also, the game is not the focus here. Although I am happy to answer questions about the game. The thought process, Chido, when you're leveling up your character is that whenever you get items that are an upgrade, I'll see if I can maybe show you an example. So I open up these chests because there are items in these, because that's how it works in this remix. I hover over the item. On the right, it's the item. Sable hide breeches. On the left is what I'm wearing, also sable hide breeches, but lower item level. I'm looking at the bottom. If you replace these items, the following stat changes will occur, and it has +2 armor, +2 agility, +2 stamina, and takes speed away. Speed is a tertiary stat. It doesn't really matter, so I just put it on because there's more green than there is red. And I just keep at it. That's the entire thought process.
Forbidden words, problematic stereotypes and themes, etc. You know, stuff to avoid, and conversely, stuff to push for what they call positive social impact. The stories and characters that they create now matter far more beyond a fictional point. They're no longer just a little creative tool. They are meant to represent people such as minority groups, plus values and ideas.
They were always meant to represent. They were always supposed to do that. That's the point of these characters. They are representing something. That's why you include characters in your stories.
Deals that are currently relevant in real life. And so, I bet that they looked at the original game's story and they saw a problem, because Jin's story is a story of nationalism, for lack of a better word. It's a story of a man riling up his dwindling people to drive out the invaders who are butchering their men, kidnapping their women, destroying their temples, their culture, and taking their land.
Because my character doesn't use intellect, Chido. I'm very unga bunga here.
Invaders! Look at your general! Run! This will be your fate! People of Yarikawa! Hunt every Mongol to the last man! Spare no one! For Yarikawa! Yarikawa! Push them back! Send them down! For the ghost! The ghost! Run, coward!
And is the implication here that the new game doesn't have these? Japan, you've played the new game, right? Ghost of Yotei. Do you have these cool moments in Ghost of Yotei where you are attacking the invaders in order to free your people from oppression? Or is that not a thing that happens in Ghost of Yotei? Is that one just Ghost of Tsushima?
We saved your town. Now, we help Lord Shimura save our island.
We are not soldiers.
Who killed these Mongols? Who stood against the siege? Who saved Yarikawa? We did.
You can't just stay here and wait for the Mongols to try again.
You say you are not soldiers. You are warriors. We can defeat the invaders.
Fuck off.
Save our home. But only if we stand together.
I'm confused what the point here is. Like, yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is a pretty good game. I've enjoyed it. Dude, a moment of silence for the damn goat. That was Jin Sakai's character and all the development we lost because some fucking activists in a boardroom decided that we needed a progressive sequel. Of the latest batch of PlayStation characters, Jin was my favorite. I was loving what they were doing with him, even more than what they did with Kratos in the reboot. Now it's gone to waste and we all know why. What's the problem with female protagonist? Are you a bigot? Just shut the fuck up and... Dude, this is so... Like, if this is your problem, then yeah, you're allowed to have that opinion. I get what you're trying to say, but... I just want to know if the game is good. Is it a shame that we didn't get a sequel with Jin? Yeah. Bit of a shame. But also, like... Is it the fucking... Is it the end of the world?
And so this has obviously been an extremely heavy topic over the past few years. I look around at my country and I see us having immigration issues, our resources and public...
You're not allowed to say that, hi. You're not allowed to tell these people that the character's story was concluded and that they have decided to simply let him rest. You're never allowed to suggest to these people that their opinion is incorrect on this and that maybe not moving towards a sequel was a good idea because they can explore a different story at a different period in time now. Especially since Japan's history is really fucking rich when it comes to these kinds of conflicts.
Services are being stretched thin, crime rates are skyrocketing, the health service has been getting worse and worse with each passing year. I look at nearly every other country in Europe and I see this same struggle. We see protests on TV, we see the rhetoric escalating, we see people talking about these issues online and our leaders ignoring us. I've seen it in Germany and England for...
If only there were fewer brown people, all the issues would be solved. If not even that, that's actually not even what the dude's saying. That was just mean of me for no reason. If only game developers focused on making sequels that further the story of the character in the first game, instead of trying to do original stories in original places, then there would be no problems with the healthcare thing, maybe?
even longer. Hell, we look at England now and I mean, Jesus, it's just heartbreaking to see the state of the country and getting so dangerously restless over this same issue. And of course, needless to say, but America also has its own troubles of this kind, just of...
Bro, the issue isn't... It's not... Fuck me. Is it worth prioritizing an item where all the stats apply to your character's class rather than wasting one of the stat slots in something that's not utilized? Or are the item structured so that an item will always have useless stats? generally speaking, there are very few examples where you can put on an item that has useless primary stats, so agility versus strength versus intelligence. But if you do that, then you're going to lose out on a ton of damage. You always need to have the main stat for your class. And then for secondary stats, it depends. There is a way to min-max these when you're in the end game, Chido. When you're leveling, like I am right now, it truly doesn't fucking matter in the slightest. I'm sure that half of my gear makes no sense, but REMIX is designed in a way that makes everything really fucking easy. So it just genuinely doesn't matter.
A slightly different nature with their southern border, and let's not forget that Japan is also seemingly going down the same road. So I believe that these executives and
yeah, but Japan, just listen to yourself. Japan is seemingly going down the same road. Japan doesn't have an immigration issue. Japan has a lack of immigration issue. They don't meet the replacement rate. There are race riots in Japan that are usually centered around misinformation and shit that is just explicitly not true. Like, what are you even talking about now?
activists gathered up in some meeting room. They saw this issue with that narrative looming in the horizon, and they stepped away from it because it would have looked really bad to the overly progressive optics that they like to set for their games, where even words like invaders and concepts like that of, driving people out are so sensitive today and can be considered inflammatory language and narratives. For them anyway. For me, it would just be a video game. It's ridiculous to mishmash.
Ghost of Tsushima was released in 2020. Really? Are we really saying that they don't use the word invader anymore because it's mean? Come on, Chief. Do better. This game is a reflection of our social issues. But that's the thing. A lot of these people want politics in these games. They just want their politics. It's as simple as that. It's so pathetic to listen to.
All of these things together. Again, that's why we shouldn't do it. Games should just be games. But the difference between people like myself, which are just the regular audience, who just want video games to be video games again, and activists in the games industry who very deliberately cater their games to a modern audience and very carefully choose.
The worst part about all of this is that I really want to agree, because I don't want activists who are there purely for the purpose of activism in my games either. I want my games to be good games to begin with. What happened to Dragon Age, the Veilguard, is a fucking travesty. And I wish it hadn't happened. I would be much happier if we got a good Dragon Age game instead. But this dude cannot fucking land the plane. He cannot make that point for anyone who doesn't already agree with him 100% and who already doesn't believe that all of this would be fixed if we only just, if only the wokies got the fucking the rough end of the stick. It's just, come on, bro.
Use words and narratives to drive forth what they call positive messages is precisely that. To me, it's that a game should be a game. To them, it's that a game should be a vessel for their messages. These are active.
By and large, games have always been vessels for messages. You just don't like the message. Some of the best games are usually vessels for messages. You just don't like the message.
Who proudly announced to the world that they want gaming to be more political and that video games are a great medium to reach young people and teach them how to think from a young age. How to think and how to feel about certain things. These aren't my words.
It was a major thing, Saphiric, really, in all of the Dragon Age games. All of them have plot lines that are largely related to the fact that there is like this huge fucking wave of racism against elves and they are subjugated. The entire difference between city elves and Dalish elves is around the quote-unquote acceptance of this subjugation versus a lot of Dalish just being fucking ignorant to realities of these places because they think they know better, but they really, really fucking don't. The whole thing is just... These people are just stupid is what it is.
Words, by the way. These are the words of the people in charge of Gamescom, the Game Developers Conference, and certain specific projects like, for example, Take Us North, which is a sanitized game about migrants crossing the US-Mexico border. And I think there might even be some vestiges of this. For instance, the character's movements, she moves like Jin would move. Now you could say, oh, that's just the studio's combat style, and maybe you're right.
That's the point, chicken. That's literally what I was asking for. What do you mean you look... I spent the early portion of the stream saying, if HASAN shows the color on stream, then that's drama over. HASAN showed the color on stream, and chicken's calling me stupid for that. That's literally what I was saying he needs to do to end the drama. You are welcome, chicken, by the way. Because you got to understand, HASAN wouldn't have done it if not for me. You are welcome that I have made it so that your favorite streamer has beaten allegations of abusing his dog. You are welcome, my friend. I don't need thanks, but if you sub for the 3rd month, that will be more than enough. Also, if you've got a clip, then by all means fire that away, because for obvious reasons, you know, I'm just not going to take you at your word. Although, I don't think you have to, actually. Because there's going to be shitloads of clips about this anyway, and I'll bring this up on Friday in either case. Yes, Chido, that looks a bit... That looks about correct, yeah.
But I don't think that they designed these things at random. Jin moved the way that he moved because he was a samurai. He was a prodigy trained by the greatest warriors in Tsushima. First, his father, Kazumasa, and then his uncle, Shimura. The similarities with the combat moves and stances make me think of that, and make me think that this character was designed to move like a man. Now, I'll give you that this could be for another reason, the usual one that we already see sometimes from activists in other games, who like to pretend that gender is a concept that doesn't actually exist, and so they make characters look damn near indistinguishable and perform equally with no discernible.
It would, Chido, if that's the only stat, but I'm wearing leather equipment. Leather equipment can be exchanged with other people who wear leather equipment, and some classes who use leather equipment are intelligence-based. So most items come with both stats, and you simply have the one that you don't use be grayed out and you don't use it. But if I gave my shoulder guards now to a class that uses intelligence, they would simply change from agility to intelligence.
Differences between male and female. I understand that happens sometimes too, but given other shreds of evidence here and there, it also could be because we were initially supposed to play as Jin. Also, the way that the game looks so similar makes me think that initially the 300-year gap wasn't really taken into account, unless reusing so many assets was a goal from the start.
That's often... No, this is just so fucking weird. I think we can just... At this point, it's just fucking, like, schizo speculation of the highest order. It's just, they made a sequel, and they reused assets in the sequel. And the brother is there talking to us about how this is secretly because this was supposed to be a game where you play Jin. Like, maybe it was. You have no fucking evidence of that, and it's bizarre for you to insist, like, to even act like you do. It's just... You're just fucking creating stories in your head. Which is, again, I don't get why conservatives are so underrepresented in art when their imagination rivals that of the fucking Greek gods of the stories and myth. Like, dude just sits there and he created an entire secondary plotline for a game in his head, and somehow they just have no representation in the arts. Why would I sup when I boycott capitalism? Oh, you're one of those. Oh, bro. It's okay. Look, odds are you're gonna get a job. And you'll probably have very different opinion about things when that happens. And I will be here for the apology when it does. Chicken Jock is actually the person from stolen laptop neighbor's Wi-Fi ad block extension codes to the neighbor's house. True. Oh, Saphiric, you missed a big lore drop, but I'm actually I'm a fascist now. Chicken told me. You invented stories about HASAN like he supports Russian imperialism and is racist. I have a video on my channel where I play some of the clips. There is now I believe it's an 8-minute compilation of him just constantly shitting on Polish people in a way where every single one of these jokes bounces off of the idea that we're technologically illiterate and too stupid to be able to understand or analyze the world at his level. And as for supporting Russian imperialism, I don't believe I ever said that. I said that he has misreported loads of things when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which he has a number of times. He's gotten very real things incorrectly, and he will again, I'm sure. These kinds of people usually don't stop at... if you don't stop at one misreporting of like a breaking news, then you don't stop at the 7,000th either. But also, to be fair, I am now a fascist. Oh yeah, sorry, Sephiric. I didn't tell you why. I'm a fascist because I believe that you can be racist against white people. What did Hasan do to get such devout sweepers? That's actually a good question, Beans, isn't it? Because it's like, well, no, actually, we sort of know what he did, right? It's what Chicken said earlier, that Chicken's only ever upset with Hasan when Hasan is not sufficiently left-wing. So it's not even what Hasan did, it's just the fact that oftentimes he's the furthest left-wing streamer that you can watch on this platform that has like a semblance of a community or a broader audience. Mike is more left. Yeah, but most people who are on the left, I've noticed, don't like watching Mike from PA, because Mike from PA is a personification of why they struggle in life the way they do. Just like an absolute fucking lack of confidence, continuous bad decision making, inability to accept your own faults, the everything, starting from the fact that he is afraid of confrontation, to the weight gain, to the fact that he employs tactics that he explicitly condemns because there are no bad tactics, they're just bad targets. I feel like Mike from PA is just this... Mike from PA is like not even just a person, he's like an entire idea of what you shouldn't be as an adult, you know what I mean? He is an amalgamation of almost every bad characteristic that you can put inside of one human being and just let them go wild on Twitter. Look at how many clips. Look at like the clip chimping. When people clip chimp Hasan, it's usually over like some kind of a political belief of his. It's over some piece of rhetoric. It's usually over something that Hasan had said that people disagree with. And Mike from PA gets that too. If you can hear the weird sound, my cat's making that, but I don't know where the fuck she's making that from. Oh, I know what she's done. I have a box. I have a few boxes that are not on cupboards. They're like on the ground. And I think she ripped a hole in the back of one of these boxes big enough that she went inside. And there are my clothes in that box. And I think she's now going fucking sicko mode inside that drawer because I can see the lid of it moving up and down. As long as you can't hear it though, it's okay. I'll focus I'll focus on this and then I'll let her have her fun. It's not that big of a deal. With Hasan, you usually get clip chimps over like a political view that you don't like or a political view that you disagree with. Look at how many clip chimps from Mike from PA, especially from back when he used to interact with other streamers, were not centered around what he says, but what he does, how he acts, how he behaves. Some of the most popular clips are him punching the couch, him touching Bad Bunny's back and they're immediately pulling his hand back because he doesn't know what the fuck to do. Or him like spitting on his fucking monitor because he got so excited over something. Or like doing the Joker laugh and then turning out to be incorrect. So much about Mike from PA and his controversies are not about his opinions, but his behaviors. And I think he just reminds a lot of people of like the cringe moments that you've had in your life, because his entire life is those cringe moments. That's just what Mike from PA is. He's legitimately pathetic. He's almost so pathetic that if he wasn't as malicious as he is, it would feel like you're bullying somebody just for laughing at him. You know what I mean? Class, yes, the Project Veritas guy to AOC. I forgot about that one. Yeah, it's just everything about him is just bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. Funny though, very funny. Like genuinely, genuinely funny. I forgot about that Project Veritas dude. That was fucking grim. Even when these people don't intend to sabotage their own politicians, they do it. Do you have any other talents than constructing strawmen and dying in WoW? First of all, I haven't died even once in the entire stream. And second of all, I am incredibly proficient at piping your father from behind. Like, your mum gets jealous, but she knows her turn's coming next. It's just, you know, we gotta prioritize. I'm yet to see a well-adjusted tanky, because they don't exist. It's an oxymoron. If you're well-adjusted, you stop being a tanky. You can't really have them. You can't really have both. Sorry, I missed some messages. A chicken who jock is basically a political flat earther. There is no getting through to them. There isn't, but there is an added value in just the fun, in just the fun that surrounds it, you know? Because it is fun. This is how you know you made it. You have your own HASAN poster, copying and pasting the same message until you read it. Dude, I think this is just perfect though, because this is somehow this is kind of what you'd expect, right? It's HASAN we're talking about. There is the working class man who lives on a bare minimum necessity budget. The man who used to, remember, HASAN was so poor once that he had to cut his own hair. Otherwise, there was just no other option. He had to do his own fade because there was just no money in his life. You know, it's very, very rough out there when you're born to a multimillionaire and you live as a multimillionaire and your first job is being like a Jim Bro-esque fucking commentator on your multimillionaire's uncle YouTube channel. It's just, when you gotta cut your own hair, that's the working class man, the hero of the working class. Okay, never mind, I'm back. Welcome back, Chido. Do you know what that reminds me of, Saphiric? There is a meme. It's a funny meme though, to be fair. It's a meme that goes like, any further attempts at changing my mind are going to be pointless because I've already pictured myself as the Giga Chad and you as the Soy Jack in my head. And they use the Soy Jack and Giga Chad meme template to say that. Also, Beans, I will reiterate, okay, because that tankies have to, they gotta do this shit, or otherwise you realize they have no opinions whatsoever. This isn't an I told you so. If I say, HASAN can simply show us the collar, and until he does it, I'm going to maintain that it looks like animal abuse because there is no valid reason for him not showing the collar, and then he shows the collar. That's not an I told you so moment. That's HASAN listening to my stream before he goes live, and then doing what I told him to do to avoid a controversy. You think Chicken Ooh is a HASAN Abbey head, and he might be. What you don't know is that HASAN Piker is an Oni fan. Hey, Conduit, how you doing? Hey. Might check it out later, or I might check it out on Friday, because I'm not sure if I will be still streaming later, because we are getting close to 10 PM, and unlike some HASAN Abbey fans, I gotta go to work in the morning. Who is to say HASAN didn't change the color before stream? You'd be able to tell. The pictures were not high quality, but they were high quality enough that you'd be able to tell if it's the same color or not. No, that's the opposite of what I'm saying, Conduit. Though the person who I'm beefing with doesn't work in the morning, I unfortunately have to. I unfortunately got a bollocking at work the other day for not showing up in the office enough, believe it or not, so now I have to be there even more frequently. Such is life in the zone. Such is life as a working class man. Yeah, because you're a bootlicker. Bro told me, have you considered material conditions, and he's calling me a bootlicker for having a job. Are your parents rich by chance, chicken? Because I'm trying to pinpoint where this, like, level of entitlement comes from. Because you're pretty young, right? You're a university student, so you should, at the back of your mind, at some level understand that obviously there's a whole world out there that you have absolutely no fucking comprehension of, because you're literally a child. But then, like, maybe if your parents are real fucking loaded, then that would make sense. Because I refuse to believe that a fellow working class pleb like myself is this removed from reality. Yes, okay, yeah, so they are loaded, yeah. It's not really, don't get me wrong, it's not that I'm attacking you for it necessarily. That is kind of what I'm doing. It's more so the idea that you... Oh, you know how we do, when we do societal analysis, especially in America, you look at the structures of power and we see that white people hold a huge fucking amount of power. So, for that reason, it's the analysis that you've done with racism earlier, right? It's that you cannot be racist to white people because white people hold the, like, absolute power. It's that stupid shit. Now, in China, it's not Chinese, it's not white people who hold power, it's Chinese people. Right? In India, it's not white people who hold power, it's Indian people. Depending on where you're at, it will be people who represent that given ethnicity, unless we're talking about like a colonization situation. But everywhere, those people who hold power are rich people. And it's not that I think less of you because your parents' wealth lets you live removed from reality. It's that you do live removed from reality. You will never be able to talk to a working class person like they're an equal of yours because you don't consider any of us to be an equal of yours. And it's funny because I had an inkling earlier because you speak to people like there is just no notion in your head that they might be onto something, that they might be correct, that they might have done an analysis on something that is worthwhile to hear out. Because you don't think that anyone has, right? Because we're fucking plebs. And you're above listening to bottom barrel scum like we are, right? It's the other rich kids that can have valuable opinion. It's the HASAN Pikus of the world. But if you're like me, then oh, chicken ain't got no care for you. Chicken got more important things to do, which is to boycott capitalism with loaded parents. So it's... It's sort of funny because I have a strong feeling that you live a giga fucking capitalist life, and I have a feeling that your parents are pretty fucking big on capitalism, and power to them. Obviously, I love capitalism, so I cheer on your parents for being loaded. But it's just funny how it's just funny is all. Also, has anyone got a clip of HASAN showing that colour then? Because I feel like at least we could wrap up with absolute certainty of one given topic. I feel like we just take the dub on that one. People like chicken make my job harder. I know this. That's why I tend to be as charitable with you guys as I am, because I understand that this is the fucking shit that you have to deal with. You're not allowed to hold your opinion. You're not allowed to be a communist and not be looked at like a fucking freak, because the most outspoken people of that group are people like chicken. Chris, I've suddenly realized you're bullying a child. He's over the age of 18. He can take it. If chicken was below the age of 18, they'd be banned. But if they're a university school student, university kids can handle it. I was a university kid once. Trust me, it will do him good. 31. Wait, are you telling me that you're 31? I'm getting a lot of... And what did you do before you went to university, chicken? Because I asked you what is it that you do earlier, and you said that you're a student, which fair enough, you're at uni, you gotta focus on uni, but what did you do before you went uni? Because I imagine at that age you've done something, right? You used to... School? Are you... Hold on. I'm gonna ask you this honestly, with peace and love in my heart. Are you telling me that you're a 31-year-old who has always been in school and you have never had a normal job, like a regular job, like just a job, like shit where you wake up early in the morning and you go to a place you don't want to be in, with a boss who you might have certain problems with, constrained by fucking rules and regulations that are nonsensical but you have to abide by anyway in order to have money to put food on the table? You know that thing in the society? You've never done that? Yes, exactly. Bro, that's so much worse than what I was saying earlier. When I was saying that, like, you're not going to do any of your revolution shit. Bro, I don't even care that you're never going to do any of your fucking revolution shit. You're 31 years old and you've never paid taxes, chief. I pay for the roads you ride on. I pay for the fucking bus you take in order to yap about how capitalism is bad. You're jealous? Jealous? If I was 31 years old and never held a job, I'd fucking kill myself. What do you mean jealous? Not that you should, to be clear. I don't think you should. Fucking suicide bad. Love and peace in my heart and all of that. Jealous? Jealous? That's what you think that's what you think this is? Fucking hell. Oh no. I'm genuinely... I'm shooketh. I'm flabbergasted. When you need money for something, what do you do? Like, if you go into uni, right? I used to be a fellow young kid such as yourself. If I'd go to uni sometimes, on my way back, I'd feel like Starbucks, right? Or I'd grab a Mackey's, right? A McDonald's. To be fair, there wasn't any McDonald's anywhere near my university, but you get the point. Like, I'd grab a bite. What do you do when you need money? If you feel like Mackey's, where'd you go? What do you... Fuck, scratch that. If you're hungry, where does food come from? I have enough money, don't worry, but I can't disclose. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Look, don't admit to anything that will potentially cause problems for you down the line, obviously. But like, yeah, a lot of your takes are making sense, frankly. Because we don't live in the same reality, right? Like, we just don't. We just... It's sort of remarkable. He has money even though he boycotts capitalism. Of course he boycotts capitalism. Wouldn't you? He doesn't have to do anything at all. There's nothing... Look, there's nothing to guide him, nothing to give him purpose, no point of, like, relatability that you can talk to fellow working class strugglers with. There are no conversations about an annoying boss, a boring day at work, having to do something you're unhappy to do, but it is what it is because you need the money. There is no connection at all. Of course he's a fucking tanky. I would be a tank. I would want a revolution too if I didn't have any common topics with anyone to talk about. That's not a fucking mystery, is it? What do you talk about in your day-to-day other than your Marxist revolution when you've got nothing that you can talk to people about? That's fucking grim. If you ever, look, unironically, chicken, if you ever want to talk privately, right, if you just need somebody to listen, just hit me up. I'll make an exception, because you deserve a chance to talk to someone, you know what I mean? Like, we all deserve a chance to talk to somebody who has a different opinion, but would be willing to hear you out. And there are people out here, there are people even in my community who will genuinely be happy to engage in a back and forth with you, even though we don't believe it will lead anywhere. There is a dude in chat, his name is very weird to pronounce, but it starts with Diz. You see Dizek and then a J. He's a working class communist. He will talk to you, he will hear you out. If you ever want to engage in like actual, if you ever want to at least try and put your money where your mouth is, hit him up. Trust me. It doesn't, chicken. No revolution. No. Revolution is for people who pay taxes. You don't got revolution. Nope. No revolution for you, my friend. Get a job. Buy a burger. Enjoy yourself. No revolution speak from you anymore. The fuck are you gonna revolt from? Can you... I just had a... Can you imagine chicken Uru Jockey showing up to one of those revolutions with his fucking board, with a sign, with this trusty fucking... with this trusty switchblade in his pocket, ready for the revolution, ready to start shouting, and then he sees that only 12 people showed up because he did his revolution at 1:30 and everyone's at work. What? That is grim. How do the logistics work for that shit? I don't want the revolution to free myself. Yeah, of course, you're not tethered by anything. What do you mean you don't want the revolution to free yourself, dickhead? Free yourself from what? You're a fucking welfare queen. What do you mean you don't want the revolution to free yourself? You obviously. What would you be freeing yourself from? Yeah, to be fair, I will read the whole message. But the working class out of empathy, something you don't seem to understand, bro. The working class are the people who are gonna fucking die because you want them to revolt. Like, big man, come on, have mercy. Have mercy on yourself. Have mercy on all of us. Better to die free than live as a slave? That's mighty brave to say from somebody who's never had a job, has no responsibilities, has no family that depends on him to put food on the table, and generally speaking exists in a limbo of capitalism that is only possible because your parents don't have your retarded ass beliefs and made enough money for you to be able to sit on your bum ass the entire day and talk to a 20 viewer fucking Polish Andy VTuber about the proletariat needing to rise up. What do you mean? What do you mean? Bro, you keep coming up with straw man bullshit. But that's what you are. You are a straw man. You've got no meat on your bones. Come on. That's not... I don't even think that's what it is, Ray. This is not a parent slaving away kind of guy. This is like old money kind of fucking massive trust fund type of rhetoric. That's at least the inkling that I'm getting. Holy shit. Chido, do you have any WoW-related questions? I can imagine Chicken rolling up to one of these revolutions, pulling out in his fucking Louis Vuittons with his Hugo Boss, yelling at the top of his lungs that we've got nothing to lose but our chains, to turn around, sit back in his Porsche, drive away, and then the 3 people who have heard him are also unemployed people having to be in the city centre at 2 PM when everyone else is at work. I know I'm creating fucking fantasies in my head now, but I'm very entertained. I'm genuinely very entertained right now. It's almost a fucking shame that we have to be wrapping up soon. If you have any questions, Chido, fire away, because I'm only going to be here for a couple more minutes, and then obviously I've got work to do. I have to pack for work for tomorrow. I have to shower. I have to eat something. I have to brush my teeth. And then I'm going to poke my fiancé with my PP and see if that can lead me anywhere before the night's over. That's the plan for today, I've decided. And that's a good plan, I feel like. It's got all of everything's like in order, step by step, you know? Yeah, I'm very satisfied with that, actually. That's what I'm doing now. You're just jealous I'm not a cooked butt-licker wage slave who supports his own oppressors like you. Oh no. Little bro thinks that working class people are bootlickers. Who's gonna fight in your revolution, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Look at how much, look at where the anger comes from, right? Look at the specific areas of insult that he genuinely sees me, right? By extension, the working class as a less than. That's not a slip of the tongue. That's the real rhetoric coming out. That's why you gotta push back on this tankyism shit as much as is humanly possible. Because these people want to hurt you. He told me earlier, have you ever stopped to think about material conditions? That's literally what he told me, chat. You cannot make this up. Do you see, if I can guide your attention onto screen right now, do you see this enemy in front of me here in WoW? This is called a Withered Shambler. These are, I think, Nightborn elves out of Suramar who have had all of their mana drained, and they became these, like, husks of themselves. Just this evil fucking being that, through, in many ways, no fault of their own, just want to kill anyone that moves. That's kind of how I see you, bro. Just like one of these fucking Withered from Suramar. And the worst part about this is that I don't even fucking blame you for it, I don't think. Because, like, yeah, if you've got loaded parents and you've never had to work, and at the age of 31 you're at uni, and at the age of 27 you were at uni, and at the age of 23 you were at uni, and at the age of 21 you were at uni, then, like, do I really blame you for having ideas that are a bit fucking out there? I'd expect anyone to have ideas that are out there if you've never had to do anything with yourself. But yeah, of course you're a fucking revolutionary, you're bored. Who wouldn't be in your position? I'd probably be the same if our shoes were switched. It's fucking unfortunate, but for all that education, for all the time spent learning, you're just a victim of your own circumstance. That's gotta suck. Some proper depressing shit. The icon still? Oh, Chido, if you mean all of the abilities, I don't know if we'll have time for that today, but I could do this, Chido, as a, compromise. I could rearrange these for my next stream so that we've only got the ones that I'm actually using, the useful ones, and just throw all of these out, recategorize them, because some of these are active abilities, some of these are like utility based, and then go through these. Because to be fair, Chido, it's going to be a while, so I can... Hold on, I need to hide. Oh. Because it's just, Chido, it's a lot of abilities, that's all. It's not that I mind doing these, it's just reading through what 30 abilities do is gonna That's quite the task. But okay, do you know what? Fuck it. We can do the first 5, right? The ones that I use in combat most frequently. I feel like that's a nifty little compromise. Just let me finish this quest, because I think I have to be escorting this NPC, and then I'll go through the first 5 with you. I told you I was gonna do it if they won manned during icon time. Wait, so I don't understand that sentence, Chido. Can you rewrite that? Because fair enough, to be honest, I will go through some of these icons. Oh shit. Okay, hold on, Chido. We're gonna do the icons. Don't ban anyone. I very much enjoy when you get like this, Chido. I feel like I praise you already a decent amount, but I just want you to know that it's genuine praise. Like, I actually do have fun when you get like this. It's very, very entertaining for me. It's like a character trait that I find incredibly endearing. Need more racist Chido? That's not Chido, okay? That's his alter ego, the Chudo. And when the Chudo comes around, you've got no other option but to say yes to racism. Chudo the type of dude to literally just look at a black person and start yelling the N-word. That's just the kind of man that Chudo is. I'm pretty sure that Chudo... What was the... Do you remember Best of Chat? With Chido just out of nowhere saying... What was it? You fucking cracker or something like that. Just like ripping a fat one. There's the Chudo. We all love Chudo in here. Okay, Chido, the basic abilities. This is the one that I keep spamming the most, the first one, right? It's called Demon's Bite, and it's my basic generator. Generators, as the name suggests, generate special resource for you. In my case, I think that special resource is called Fury. And it deals basic damage, and then it generates a little bit of Fury. Second one is Fellblade. I get this from my talent. It's a 10-second cooldown that lets me charge at an enemy within 15 yards and deal a little bit of damage to them. Not a lot of damage, but it generates a lot of Fury, so that's pretty nice. This Fellblade has a chance to have its cooldown reset if I use my first ability, Demon's Bite. I thought the basic one was third from the left on the bottom. No, 1 and 2. All of these are like sort of basic in the sense that they're just... We're going to work through what basic means. I'm going to avoid using that word. Third one is Chaos Strike. This is my spender. After I've built up at least 40 Fury, I can use it to hit an enemy with Chaos Strike, and it deals more damage than my generators, and it has a chance to refund some of the Fury so that I can keep using it successively. Fourth one is my AoE ability. It's the area of attack is what that means. This one is also on a cooldown, and it makes me deal more damage to my primary target, and then a little bit of damage to all of the enemies around that target, with a lot less damage for every target beyond the fifth one. And then fifth one is my strongest short cooldown. It's called I-Beam, and it lets me transform into a demon, and over 1.5 seconds channel this beam in front of me that deals a shitloads of damage. What was the one that was first in your upper bar before you got rid of it? Hold on, do you mean in this? No, not support, fuck off. Options. You mean in this, don't you? Cooldown manager. This is Chaos Strike. This is number 3. Yes, this is the spender. The reason why this one is here and it's not at first at the bottom is because the only abilities that you have here are abilities that have a cooldown. Your generators, at least Demon Bite, doesn't have a cooldown. Fellblade does, so it's right here. But it makes sense for Fellblade to be here because this is your cooldown manager, and Fellblade has a cooldown. Abilities that don't have a cooldown don't go on here, and Chaos Strike is your basic spender. Demon Hunter, at least at this level, is about generating and spending. So I'm generating with my Demon's Bite, I'm spending with my Chaos Strike. I would consider both of these abilities to be basic. But I also use the word basic very loosely. I'm not really thinking of anything super concrete here. My Trudeau headcanon. Hold on, I gotta click that. that is kind of the Trudeau energy. Okay, chat, because I promised to do Collins. I have about 10 minutes in me, okay, energy-wise, and then I genuinely have to go to bed, or otherwise I'm gonna fucking fall asleep. So I'm gonna do Collins, but we're gonna rush through them today, okay? Very quick. Just fire away all of your talking points, and then we move on with our lives, yeah? You boyos ready? Stepan, you good to go? Cheeto, please unban chicken. Wait, was chicken banned? Cheeto, chicken was a friend. I like chicken. Can we unban chicken? What was the thing getting spent, recharge, and what were 2, 4, and 5? Spent and recharged. Do you mean Fury? That's the special bar. And what were 4 and 5? 4 is an AoE ability, Blade Dance, and 5 is I-Beam. Okay, Stepan. Sorry about the delay.
Yo.
Like I was saying, we're gonna have to push through these very quickly, and then I'm off to bed because I'm already going on for too long for a Wednesday.
Yeah, I guess so. But wait.
You still there, or did something crash?
I am here. Sorry, I mean, I'm fucking on my PS5, so right now I'm a bit... I'm not on my PC, so I don't see me switching the channels. So I want to talk about the Ghost of Yotei stuff, and not only the video I sent to you, but in general, the stuff that the ones I was seeing. The main point people were talking about were female protagonist, female male character. So yeah, it's bad. I can't play it as a fucking man. So also the fact that they can't accept that the Jin Sakai's whole story was ended. Like this shit is. I mean, it's well balanced, and I feel like it's ended well, like it's finished.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. But it's just the thing with a lot of this that's just so stupid is that if you want to make a point that like all of this wokeism in games is bad for reasons, pick games where that's the case. You know what I mean? Not a game that at the time of that dude making his video hasn't even released yet, and now that it has released, is apparently a pretty, by all counts, it seems to be a pretty decent game.
And mate, right now, I can tell you how long I spent in this shit, and it's... Let me just find it. Okay, I played for like over 24 hours, I think. Maybe around 30 right now.
That is a decent amount, yeah. Shit. Fair enough. Hasn't that game only just released?
Like 3 or 4 days ago, I feel like. So yeah, I mean, right now I'm on my medical leave, so I don't have much to do apart of renovating my flat. So
yeah, honestly, sounds good. Given what your job is like, I don't blame you. I'm taking the piss. I understand why you might want to dive for a little bit of escapism, or just play a game that you find fun.
And it's fucking amazing. I mean, of course, the first game, like the Ghost of Tsushima, you are leading the people in revolution. Maybe not revolution per se, but defeating the invaders in Mongols. In here, you're fighting the people who murdered your father and mother. So, I mean your family. So yeah, it's different. You're a different kind of ghost. In Tsushima, you are more like ghost of retribution, something like that. Right now you're more of a demon, like Ghost of Vengeance or stuff like that. So it's different type of ghost, but it's
sounds
still
entertaining though. Sounds like a pretty good way to differentiate the plot point. I feel like that's because with the first one you've had the invasion. I feel like if this was invasion again, it would maybe feel like we've already done that. With this one, they give you different motivation, and it sounds pretty fun. Like
and as
go on.
And as a revenge story, it's okay. It's of course another fucking revenge story. I also seen points like people comparing it to Assassin's Creed Shadows, because female male character and people in mask murdering family, stuff like that, and that's the fucking weak ass argument, because fucking Assassin's Creed for a long time went fucking downhill with production, with fucking gameplay and story. So right now comparing the two, just because the lead character is female and it's a revenge story, is fucking abysmal to me.
Sorry, I got a little bit distracted because I think Chicken joined the Discord and tagged me 3 times.
Yeah, he is in the Discord, he's in the voice call, and he was curious why he was banned in fucking Twitch chat. So you might need to postpone your going to sleep or stuff like that if you want to talk with this lunatic, goddamn. Also, he doesn't sound 30, so he might be capping with that.
Maybe. I'm going to be honest. I feel like this little piece of investigative work I'm going to leave for Friday because I don't have the mental capacity nor the time to get into that today.
To talk with this. Yeah, I mean, valid, absolutely.
But yeah, it's just.
He seems to be a lot.
The video is just weird, right? The dude is just. It sounds like it genuinely sounds like he wanted a reason not to buy the game, and that reason came around. And ultimately, he is perfectly fine with not wanting to buy the game because it doesn't align with their values. And now he's making a 43-minute video about like that being a more profound topic than just that. You don't like the developer or you don't like the production team, whatever the fuck, you don't buy the game, you move on with your life. It's literally as simple as that. To make a 43-minute video about like WokEIsM and shit is just so bizarre. And especially, it's got to be so bizarre, particularly when the game releases and it's actually half decent.
It's amazing, dude. It's fucking... I mean, I love it. I loved the first one, I love the second one. Also, you can fight... I sent a message in chat about it. Character named Takenzo, it's a side plot, which is also fucking cool. Who is based on fucking Musashi Miyamoto. The greatest samurai in Japan, like the undefeated one with 33 wins streak. Who never been beaten in any capacity. So yeah, that shit is fucking cool.
It sounds it, yeah. It's I don't know. I personally, there are a lot of games that get released that I just don't play, but when I do play them, I kind of like that the background of these games is getting a little bit more diverse. There's more, because the thing is, usually, so I've spoken about this before, when I play like multiplayer games or whatever, I like to make a male character that I can identify with, and if I have a option in character creation screen to play a male character, I usually do that as well. But if the game doesn't give me that option, if the game just decides, hey, you're playing a female character, that's it, full stop, it can be pretty fun to see like the struggle from that side of it, right? Because I'm being exposed to something that would never be like a part of my consideration or whatever, and I just like it. And I think for a lot of these people to be so fucking soy about it, it just boils down to them being weird. So I don't think anyone had these problems with Stellar Blade, did they? Or with Nier Automata, and those were chicks that you were playing. Jesus, they're spamming for me to bring Chicken on. Look, chat, I told you, if you want Chicken on, you're gonna have to wait for Friday.
Yeah, I mean, my friends have completely different point I mean, because if they have choice between male and female character, they usually go for female, just because the stuff like the cosmetics and stuff like that are usually fucking prettier.
Yeah,
which is a valid case for me.
But yeah, also, no, I agree with you. I like my Guna shit. I like my Guna games. And I like it when there are sometimes mods that make it even more Guna. I have absolutely no problems with it, but I don't demand it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that it has to be a part of it. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not like a mandatory step. I can be fine with it if it's there. I like it when it's there, but it doesn't have to be there. And it's creepy to me when people believe that it does have to be there.
Also, it's fucked up when people just start talking about how just because the main character is female, then the fucking game is woke and stuff like that. Because, dude, like, find better fucking judgment. Like, maybe not even judgment, better talking points. Like, they talk about how Yote is fucking female power trip, that characters are not as complex like in Ghost of Tsushima, which is fucking bullshit.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to get that game, and I'm gonna have to play it on my own when it releases for PC. Because I'm hearing people, but that's the thing. Because like all of these like Grums-esque accounts, they're talking about how bad and shallow the game is, and then you see people ask them if they played the game or bought the game, and they say no, and I'm just saying like what are we doing? Why are we here? Just to suffer?
I've seen Asmon Gold like about Ghost of Yote, like he was talking about like he won't play the game because it's too hard for him, and he's at the point of his career that he doesn't enjoy, like doesn't care about struggling in games. Plus the female character.
Yeah,
like
to be fair, I will still give him props for admitting that the reason why he doesn't want to play these games anymore is because he's just not good at games that are difficult. Because I will remind everyone, because I don't. You were not yet in my community when that was happening, but ages ago when Elden Ring released, Asmongold tried playing it and he got absolutely fucking destroyed in like the very early tutorial area, or some at some point very early. And he started like trash talking the game a ton, and he was just shitting on it relentlessly, and he wouldn't have given it a second go unless his audience, like if his audience hadn't bullied him into playing it again, he wouldn't have played it again basically. And when his audience did bully him into playing it again and learning how to play it, suddenly he believes it's Game of the Year material. Like he's honest, he's genuinely, he hasn't been good at games for a very long time. And I think he just doesn't care to be good at games anymore. Even in something like World of Warcraft, when he stopped raiding and he started doing more casual content, you could see that he's not good at it. He genuinely isn't. He did events where he would try PvP and he would get upset because he kept getting fucking destroyed. He would go into raids that he completed in the past and he would be upset that he can't do them anymore. He's just shit at games. It's just an unfortunate reality.
I mean, but that's okay, like...
It is, yeah. It would be more so okay if he was normal about it. But yeah, you don't have to be good at games.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can have everything. Like, you can have always like normal communists looking at chicken.
Yeah, to be fair, chicken is not. Yeah, but the thing is, chicken's not a communist. Chicken's a tanky. That's like, admittedly, that's a branch of communism, and I can understand why people don't. Yeah, I understand why people sometimes don't bother specifying. But like,
I mean,
he's when it comes to like political labeling, but that's the thing. Like, an average HASAN viewer is not this bad. That's what tankies are. Tankies are like, that's some of the...
They're the fucking echelon.
It's some of the furthest left people that you can have, like furthest left extremists. It's the left wing's equivalent of people who are talking about like fucking building concentration camps and putting black people inside of them. Like, it's that, but for the left wing, right? They will just put different people in the concentration camps. But it's the furthest you can be on the political spectrum. This is just like genuine fucking raw evil.
Yeah, I'm curious about chicken and his takes.
Funny though, yeah. I'm going to unban him later. I'd unban him right now, but I don't remember what his Twitch name was like, and you need to type it in full to unban them. I'm pretty sure Cheeto's gonna unban them in a little bit. It will be fine.
Cheeto going straight on the fucking protection route.
Chris, please, I have work on Friday.
Like the fucking get down, Mr.
He's gone, people, but I have work today. I can't. We can't do a call-in with a tanky. If I'm working... Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I can give you 10 minutes, okay? I can give... Once I'm done talking to Stepan, I can give you 10 minutes with Tongzi. With Chicken Uwu.
Oh, Chicken Uwu. God damn, it's going to be interesting. So, I mean, that's mostly what I wanted to talk about. I'm sure I'll talk to you on Friday more about Ghost of Yotei and stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll most probably do a longer stream on Friday as well, because you know it's Friday, right? So there's nothing stopping me from doing a longer stream. Yeah. Also, fuck you for. Oh shit! Yeah, I might not be there on Friday because I'm going to uni. You will have to not go to uni then. Yeah, it's I'm not seeing any other option here, I'm afraid. I'm not that fucking into your community. I'm not your fucking goon, mate. Not yet, okay? Not yet. Fuck you. It's all a matter of of time. It's all a matter of the right methods of convincing. Yeah. Trust me, we're gonna get there. Yeah, you can say. Yeah, tell it yourself that, buddy. One day you'll wake up ready to lay down your life for me. And you won't know how you got there, but you will be proud that you did. For sure, for sure. Okay. Talk to you later, buddy. Talk to you. Bye-bye. I want to fucking hear chicken. He's just not jumping in the waiting room, though, is he? I mean... Shit. I mean, he probably doesn't know. Yeah, sure. Unban me already, my name is @KrysSpeaks. I don't think that's your name. I think that's me. Fuck's sake. The smartest HASAN viewer. God damn. He's most Slayer soldier. Hold on, because now he's saying that he's not going to jump in voice until he's unbanned. But now I'm kind of... That seems like a weird requirement. How about this, chicken? I'm going to unban you after you jump in voice. Come on, bro. I mean... Who does he think he is? I mean, it's not like we need him. It also makes no sense, because so he wants me to unban him first to prove to him that he'll be unbanned. But if I really wanted to, I could just ban him as soon as we're done talking. Like, what difference does it make? Once again, yeah, basically. Like, he doesn't have fucking any hand. But yeah, revolution is on. True, yeah. Go on, buddy. Okay, there he is. Dragging him in. Hey, chicken. God.
Hello. Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
Yes. What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
I'm gonna leave you to yourself.
Oh no, I'm staying here. I'm taking lead on this shit.
10 minutes, though. 10 minutes. If you wanna, you know what? That's fair game. That's fair game, because this is a communist. Chicken is a communist. I'm gonna let you guys take it as you will, but 10 minutes tops. Okay, I'm gonna moderate if it gets bad. Talk to each other, see where that leads you.
Okay, so first off, Chris, why are you calling me a communist?
I do it endearingly, Diz, okay?
I know that Chris thinks of me like that because I want the same goal. I want the same ends that...
Chris doesn't know what communism
I want the same goal that people like Marx were describing even before Marx, and that Marx described as well. Marx was great at analysis. Very good lens of analysis. Marx had no good prescriptions for getting to the world that he thought humans should have, right? Like, that's not what he was good at. And so what happened when people actually tried to do that? They're like, oh, we can do this in one country. No, you fucking can't. Look at the way the world operates now. I'm sorry, but having a vanguard party to then get a control of a government and have a revolution, turn a country, quote unquote, first socialist, and then to get to communism does not and will never work. No fucking way.
Yes.
It will take a long time to talk with you about why, because I've developed these ideas for a long time. I can talk to you about how we could actually.
No.
He was going on for hours in the chat.
But you need to let him respond. Yeah, come on, Diz. Let him. You've outlined the basics here for us. Let Chicken take it off the top, and let's hear what Chicken has to say.
We need the Vanguard Party because they need to destroy the imperialists. And at the moment, we have China, for example. I want China to build a huge military to destroy America. And else we can't reach socialism in any way. That we will always stay in the dictatorship of the proletariat. If we don't destroy imperialism. We only have 2 countries right now. North Korea, or Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and China, People's Republic of China. Okay?
Hey, what are you saying that you have? Are you saying you have a communist or a socialist country?
No, not even socialist. They're a dictatorship of the proletariat. We can't reach socialism until imperialism
a dictatorship of the proletariat with an elevated class that still has fucking riches. That there's still an elevated ruling class. No. That is not a dictatorship of the proletariat. No, the proletariat is being shat on and oppressed and fucked over in those countries. More so in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. They're just more under like a very, very strong social control that's like got everybody fucking like terrified to speak out against the government for the most part in China.
Yes, and
those are not dictatorships of the proletariat. Not to mention, dictatorship of the proletariat will never achieve the ends of getting to either having workers own their means of production companies, or to a classless, stateless, moneyless society. You will never achieve that through violence, through a dictatorship of the proletariat. No. These are things that people first. You have to get away from the poisoning. What happened that poisoned people's minds about these fucking ideas for real? Like, it wasn't necessarily like that people were, trying to shit on them when they were being spread in the late 19th century. What really happened was when they tried to be implemented in single nations, and you see what fucking happened. They did not achieve anywhere close to what they were describing. Instead, what they had was fucking red fascism. Okay, you had still a fucking state-run capitalist. Fucking
it's not red fascism, it's fucking liberalism.
Where everybody is fucking oppressed, they can be fucking disappeared. You can't speak out against the fucking state. Like there's not like the opportunity to really like, as somebody who has like say creative ideas, be able to create. None of that shit was happening. That is not either that was not a society where all those people owned their businesses and their means of production. No, they fucking didn't, and they did not make decisions about what to do in them. No, number one.
Yeah, because of socialism. It was still
no. Listen to me. The only way you're ever going to achieve this kind of a fucking model is with full direct democracy, and that is not what was being experienced. I'm sorry.
Well, in order to get to that, hold on. Guys, don't make me. Hold on. Just one sec, because this you've outlined the gist of things of your belief, and as far as I'm concerned, I understand. The 70% of it that's important, really, I understand. Chicken earlier was talking about how the way forward is for. If I understood you correctly, Chicken, the way forward is for China to invade America.
Yes, exactly, yes.
Okay, so assuming that happens, walk me through the process there. What happens to the working class? Why is this the dub for the povos like myself? And why won't we just end up like the working class in China, which is essentially just people who are being controlled by the rich ones?
First, I need to answer to Esau Sukiant Iconoclast. Okay, you said we need direct democracy. How do you want to achieve democracy if we still have a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie? We need to crush.
So first, like I was trying to explain, there's a poisoning that happened to the ideas. So you decouple from describing this shit as Marxist. You decouple as saying socialist and communist. You look at the modern fucking world we're at now. You look at what his ideas were, and there's other people, like I said, in history besides him that have had the same kind of ideas that want to move towards a society with less oppression through like an owner class. Okay, like you have to reframe this shit, which is what I've been trying to fucking do for a long time. You redescribe it, and then you get people on board with it. You have to get the public on board, and the public is not on board, and they will never be on fucking board with a violent revolution where people are going to be killed. We want non-violence.
Of course, David.
We want democratically spreading these ideas is what we want. And that means it's going to take time. So unfortunately, you're not going to see it more than likely in your lifetime, even with the tool of the internet, and even with the ability to talk with people across the world. Still, it Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
So,
if it
so
happens in
Chicken,
my
you were
lifetime or
saying
not.
that this is not possible too. You were saying that this is never going to happen because the working class will never be on board, and Chicken seems to disagree with that. Do you believe that the working class will be on board, Chicken? Expand on that a little bit.
Of course they will be on board. They just need to be educated, and they need to know that they are suppressed by capital itself, not the capitalists, but
But so
capital
who
itself.
would be doing the
capitalists are not
education
free.
for that?
Yes,
Who would be doing
yes,
the
I'm helping to do
education?
that.
Because if the working class needs to be educated that the capitalists want them shackled, but the capitalists are kind of the ones paying for the education. So who
Not
would
the
be doing the
capitalists want
education?
them shackled. The capital itself wants them shackled.
But
It's
sure,
a
let's
system.
go with that
it's
one
not
then.
human
Yeah.
constructed system.
Sure, but
It's
who
historical
teaches
materialism.
Who teaches them that?
What?
Who teaches them that? Who's going to be doing the education?
The Vanguard Party. That's why we need the party.
All right, back to you, Diz.
Okay, so yeah, what I'm trying to do is what you're talking about. The first step, yes. And Chris has asked me about this before, and I tried to explain to him. You have to get people talking about this, like I said, decoupled from describing shit as Marxist, communist, fucking socialist. You have to be able to redescribe these ideas from a modern frame, explain to people how we got to where we are, why it's like this, and that it is possible to move to a world without having wealth, without having like people accumulating basically economic access to resources and power and development and shit over other people, like access to more goods, access to better places to live, better schools, all that shit. And I have ideas on working on all this shit, but you have to do it without telling them that the way to achieve this is with a fucking violent revolution.
So you should just lie to them.
All the
You
people
want to
who
lie
are
to them.
enforcing. No. I want to
Yes.
educate them, and I acknowledge that spreading these ideas is going to take time, and it's going to take patience, and it's going to mean that people have to accept, because people don't like to accept, especially in today's day and age, like not getting instant gratification, that the way to do this non-violently, unfortunately, does take time. And so if you want to get the majority and plurality of people on board in all countries to eventually fucking get on board to like get a plan moving to be able to vote to dissolve national boundaries and to be able to start implementing these systems together without competition, it's going to take probably at least a couple generations to have people who are on board enough because they grew up with the ideas being talked about enough and being accepted and not being shit on and automatically reacted to as Marxist, communist, etc., so that the people who are getting into positions of power are willing to put forward this fucking kind of legislation everywhere on like some sort of a schedule. You could probably do it over like a 3 or 4 year period over the whole world. But it's going to take fucking time, and it doesn't have any chance of succeeding if you're telling people, look, you need to be revolutionary. Stop with your incrementalism. You need to be able to fucking kill the bad people. No, dude, I'm sorry. People, the general public does not get on board with that, and you need them on board to do this democratically.
Stop your Gramsci's bullshit. We need the revolution. We can't have it, what you say, incrementalist or something, or reformist. It's
What
just
I'm saying,
bullshit.
no, what I'm saying is it's
Straight
going
up
to
bullshit.
take time to spread the ideas to do it democratically and non-violently, and people aren't trying to do that.
The
They're
problem
not
that you
even
guys
trying to
have
like
here- hold on,
acknowledge
let me
what I'm
just-
talking
let
about when I
me-
say you have to decouple from the idea of describing this shit as Marxist.
It's different. It's Chicken understands what you're saying, but you're saying that we need time to get people to understand that this can be done non-violently. Chicken doesn't
what we
want
need
it
is-
done non-violently. Chicken
It
wants
can't
the
be done
revolution.
non-violently. It can't. It can't. They won't give up their power without defending it. It's obvious. Every revolution has been done with violence.
Once we get to the point where what I'm talking about is happening, but there are still people who are resisting it and trying to sabotage it, and it has the majority and plurality of people who have voted democratically in favor of it, and then they want to try to use violence to stop us. At that point, the violence becomes something that is like basically unavoidable because you have to react to what
But
they're
first
doing,
you need
right?
to have
But you
democracy.
don't plan to do the shit to achieve it by doing the violence first. I'm sorry, that's fucking wrong.
Yes,
It's only
you need to have
acceptable if they
democracy first.
refuse after the majority and plurality of people are on board. It's only acceptable if they fucking try to violently say no after democratically the majority and plurality of people have voted to do it and say yes.
Okay, my
You need to
lovely. Let
understand
me
that
just
there is
jump
no
in.
democracy in
Let me
liberal
just jump
society.
in.
And I've told that to people
hold
before.
on. Yeah, just because
What's going to happen eventually?
it's getting quite late. Like I said, I've got work in the morning, and if this is going to be, if you two are going to fight, okay, this is a proper battle of the titans. So I don't want to waste that on a tail end of a stream where I'm about to head to bed. But
Yeah,
if
don't
we
be
could
completely
agree,
disgusting.
if we could agree on any time slot that works for the two of you, I will let you jump in and bout it out until one of you falls dead, and we determine which form of revolution is the way forward. Chicken,
Honestly,
you
if
are
this is gonna
unbanned on
happen-
Twitch, and yeah, hopefully there's going to be a part 2 to this where we can maybe start a little bit slower than we need to get China to invade the US.
The slippers just fucking came. Hey,
It doesn't need to be China necessarily.
I'm gonna get
dictatorship is
Egos and
authoritarian.
Tonic in on this shit too. So let me know when you want to do it because I want to make sure Ego's available.
Yeah, we're gonna work something out. But obviously, thank you both for jumping in and calling. Like I said, Chicken, you are unbanned, and don't worry, you're gonna stay unbanned unless you break the TOS, which you don't seem like the type, so we will be fine.
They will ban me again. The mods, they do it
Don't
secretly.
worry. Cabal. Don't worry. I'm gonna protect you. If they ban you again, you've got my DMs. You've already messaged me in DMs once. Now I've accepted your friend request. So if that happens, you let me know, and I'm gonna fight for you.
Okay.
Thanks for talking, Chicken. Thank you for talking.
Yeah, thank you. But you really need to think about your ideas again.
Bro, I've heard your version of the ideas.
Okay,
Shit
you will
doesn't work.
battle. You will
Doesn't
battle
work.
about these
Sorry.
ideas again
I've heard
in the
yours
near future.
a long time too, and they don't work.
Yeah,
Nobody's heard my version of the ideas because I.
Yeah, Bop and Bop. I put them both in post-stream vibes, and I have a feeling they're gonna keep at it until morning. But I've actually got I've got work in the morning. Okay, I've got work in the morning, and my fiance already went to bed. She's probably falling asleep. I wanted to see if I can put my pee-pee in her tonight. Okay, and you fucking ruined that. You ruined that. I was supposed to have gone off half an hour ago. To be fair, we did make some pretty nice biddies though, so I will just very quickly shout out once again. Thank you kindly for all the support. Love you all loads. I will talk to you again very soon. Get your own 1000-page document like Cinder. Fuck that shit. But yeah, hey, look, props to Chicken for calling in, okay? How often do we get people who we disagree with who will never fucking talk? Chicken spoke. Chicken talked. And we might disagree, Chicken, but I kind of appreciate that he called in. So, props to Diz as well for wanting to just hijack that entire conversation, but I don't mind because, like I said, I'm quite tired. Sorry, mate. No worries, Stepan. Don't worry about it at all. I'll be fine. But yeah, look, chat. I'm gonna be heading off. I'm gonna be heading to bed. I will talk to you very, very soon. I'll be back on Friday, like I said, and we're gonna raid Nyara. I've just noticed Nyara's live. So everyone say something nice to Nyara. Say hello. Say Nyara. You the best. Chris likes you. And Big Pog. Something of that general variety will do. But yeah, Nyara is very cool. Nyara is a very outspoken trans person and an activist. So behave yourselves, okay? Otherwise me and you are gonna have a problem, and I don't want that. So get ready for the raid. Goodbye, take care, see you on Friday. Bye-bye. And as always, YouTube people, you are my favorite forever and ever.